the great American Southwest. I bid you good evening, or yes, still in some cases, good morning, even at this hour, across many, many time zones, commercially from the Tahitian and Hawaiian island chain, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, plural, south into South America, north all the way to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Well, good evening, most of you. How's it going where you are? The news across the world so far is pretty good. Really good, actually. The headline on the Associated Press is Y2K bug nibbles but doesn't bite. The anticipated first bite from the Y2K bug was barely felt Saturday as computers around the world silently made the transition from 1999 to 2000. I wonder if they expected screams. The light stayed on in Asia, and eastern Russia's nuclear plants ran without a hitch. In Japan, the failure of a computer linked to a nuclear plant monitoring device was not considered serious enough to shut the plant down. They will assess it later. Millions are staying home and marking it online. Other millions are in Times Square and capitals around the world, and I think that the most spectacular, by far the most spectacular light show was in gay old Paris. The Eiffel Tower really went up like a Roman candle. That was something to see, wasn't it? So far so good. One quick warning, though. Do not declare, based on what you've seen from the rest of the world so far, that Y2K is a complete non-event. We're not going to know that until we get back to work first of the week or so, and, until the world really goes back to work, and then you'll know more than you know now. The only event that I was really concerned about tonight, and remain concerned about, by the way, whether it's by human hand or computer glitch, is the power, and we'll see. As long as we get through the night with power, I think we're going to be okay throughout the weekend, and then when the business week begins, well, we'll see. One other little item. In the middle of the show last night, a real shocker, Boris Yeltsin has resigned. Just boom, like that. Resigned. Remarkable, incredible, unbelievable. He called it quits. As of right now, I'm done. Handed power over to somebody who's probably much more of a hardliner than he is. And there has been in fact, I really haven't heard a Washington reaction. I wonder if any of you have yet. I'm kind of waiting to see what Washington says about it, and I'm not even sure they knew about it. Well, coming up in a moment is what I believe is our nation's premier intuitive. His name is Gordon Michael Scallion. He comes to us tonight, despite the fact that he has the flu. So many out there have the flu tonight. Gordon has it, but he's going to be here nevertheless. Lots and lots to talk about, so all of that lies directly ahead. In 3 hours, when Gordon and I all of you have finished, we will then open the lines, and we'll do all sorts of various things and monitor what's going on out there. At any rate, if you're here, welcome to a very, very early edition of what is normally an all-night radio program. Well, it still is tonight. It's just we're starting a little early. Every network television program that was doing its big New Year's event tonight, as we are, invited Gordon Michael Scallion to be on because he is indeed probably our premier intuitive. Gordon was a businessman one day, addressing at a very important business conference other businessmen about a plan, and his voice went away. And when I say went away, I mean mid-word, it stopped. They took him to the hospital where he had an experience that we have described previously on this program. Can only be described as a paranormal experience of some sort. Went through years of intuitive growth, I guess you would say, began by actually diagnosing people who had various diseases, telling them what to do, trying to grapple and understand this power he had, and then began looking at the larger picture. What's going on around the world, what will go around the world. He sees things, as we have discussed in the past, much like you would imagine 3 TV screens in front of you. One of them appearing more contrasty, bright, with more vivid color than the others. And this one would appear to have the events most likely, not locked in stone, but most likely to occur. And he has honored us by being here on New Year's Eve, all the way from the East Coast, in the middle of the flu. Gordon, welcome to the program.
Happy New Year, Art.
I hope I got that little first part right. Happy New Year to you, too.
Yes, you did.
So we've got, no doubt, a lot to talk about. Here it is, almost 2000. It really is. It's got a feel about it. It feels like something's coming, and of course something always is coming, and that's why we have you here tonight to tell us what might be coming. And I don't know where you want to begin. I know that you know a lot of stuff about Egypt. And some discoveries that may be made there here shortly. Is that right?
Egypt is probably the one area that I have the most information on. That and lost civilization.
Did you know they were going to bring a helicopter in and drop a new gold capstone on the Great Pyramid, and at the last minute, virtually, they ruled against it, saying, well, it might harm the pyramid or something or another, but they would not let Dr. Hawass fly in the helicopter with a gold capstone, so that did not get done.
I understood 2 or 3 weeks ago, one of my connections in Egypt informed me that they were not going to be doing it. And it had more to do with, it wasn't just that they thought that it would damage the pyramid. There's another whole range of reasons why that isn't being done. There's been some amazing discoveries there. It's kind of like...
Are you referring to discoveries? You say there have been, in other words, discoveries that we know about.
Yeah, we know about some of the discoveries. There was Fox had a show on this year,
right?
And they showed a few scenes of it, a few clips of it. That's only the beginning of it. In my book, I described that somewhere around 95 they would find some hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx,
right?
And then that would lead to further discoveries. And eventually, those discoveries would come to light probably in the year 2000 or 2001. And so we're now in that window, that cycle, where these discoveries are going to come out, and it's going to change the world. I guess the only way I can describe it would be like, when they released the stealth fighter, the 117, and they rolled it out and let the film crews take pictures of it. Everybody was amazed. They said, is this wonderful?
I remember.
But it had been flying for a decade. We only get the information after the technology is pretty much gone by.
Much later, yeah.
Now, there's other things that are flying. I did a paper on the craft that I believe is flying now, the Aurora. And so, when that finally becomes knowledge, there'll be something else. And it's the same thing with archaeology. Lots of times when discoveries are made, there's a time period before it's released, because there's two major factors in releasing information. One is, does it violate any kind of political agenda? And two, does it violate or conflict with any kind of religious structure? And both of these are at play in Egypt.
Or even archaeological paradigm. You're absolutely right. And to punctuate what you just said, I asked Dr. Hawass when I was at Giza if he made a really major discovery, would we know about it? Oh, yes, he said. Right away? Oh, no, he said. He admitted that straight out.
Yeah. Let me tell you what I believe they've discovered. And more importantly, why. I think we have to back up just a little bit. I've devoted a significant portion of my book to it, so I'll try to just encapsulate it so that we can do it quickly here.
Okay.
The pyramid itself is believed to be, some 4,000 years old. In reality, according to my information, and others such as Edgar Casey, and the late Paul Solomon, we've all kind of targeted within a few years of each other as a date. And that date puts us back 12,500 years ago. Mm-hmm. So right off the bat, we're in conflict with just about everything that we know. As far as age of people, at that time, supposedly we were still in loincloths. We didn't have any organized systems. We didn't have a language. But now we're finding, as we're making more and more discoveries because of technology, we're finding that there was, 10,000 years ago, societies. And we're finding a lot of them in Africa, in the Aegean region. Mm-hmm. Here in the United States, we've got archaeological sites that I have been to that have been dated to 4, 5, and 6, and 7,000 years.
You are so right.
So that particular structure is presented. I was fortunate enough to go to Egypt. I was very fortunate enough to spend 3 days literally by myself inside of that Great Pyramid. I was able to do a lot of inner work. I wasn't part of a group. It just happened to work out.
3 days.
I stayed. There's a hotel right across the street from there.
That's right.
And
something most people don't know because they never pan the camera around there.
Yeah. And I went down and I wanted to get a ticket to go in. Like normal people would go in. And this gentleman comes over to me, definitely an Egyptian, and looks at me and hands me this ticket. I think he is looking for a donation because everybody's looking for money for that country.
Oh, yes. Did you ride a camel?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, those guys are really into money, and they won't let you off the camel until you pay them.
Absolutely. Anyways, he said to me, do you want to go in? He says, you want to go inside the pyramid, don't you? And I said, yes. I said, where do I get? And I looked at it, and the card was a pass. And I said, oh, he's selling passes. And so I looked at him, and I had a good feel about it. And I said, how much? And he said, nothing. He said, come with me. And we literally walked in, and as it turns out, he was one of the guards there. He wasn't really a guide; he was like a guard. And he stopped everybody and let me go into the chambers I wanted to go into. And I stayed in the king's chamber for about an hour. And then I came back out, and I was really confused about all this because in my mind I'm thinking, what a bill I'm going to get when I leave here for this kind of service.
I thought the meter was running.
And then the strangest thing happened. He put his hand on my shoulder, and he says, I remember you when we built this.
Oh.
And I had these chills up and down my spine, and I left. And so the next day I come back, and I don't see him, so I go over and I buy a ticket because I want to go back.
Sure.
So I go up inside, and there he is. And he says, come with me. He says, where do you want to go? And I said, I want to spend some time in the Queen's chamber. And once again, he stopped, and I spent about an hour there.
Gordon, they must have known who you were.
I don't think so. I've had some very phenomenal experiences. Not a lot of them. Losing my voice was one of them. having other kind of out-of-body experiences was, and I have to place this with it, because I had no intention to go to Egypt, and I had a dream one night and said, tomorrow morning, book a ticket. And in the dream, he gave me the flight number and everything.
Really?
So I called my travel agent, and I said, is there a flight so-and-so? And he said, yes, it is. Do you want us to book it? And I said, yeah. And so, got my passport, and I was gone. Literally. I mean, we literally left in 24 hours.
Well, Dr. Owas rules that area a lot with an iron hand, and for somebody to do what they did for you would be just incredible.
I don't know. There were lines when I came back down the descending passageway. There were lines there, waiting to get in. I mean, they didn't close the pyramid for me by any means. They just whatever room I was into, he simply allowed me to be in that room. But while I was in there, all the imagery of the purpose of that structure. Now, they were, current Egyptology says that they are tombs, and as you know, it's anything that's other than a certain date that they have placed on it, and whose tomb it was. There's no room. I mean, there's no room for any form of mysticism or occultism at all with Egyptian authorities. But in my particular case, when I was there, it was really clear what it was, and the structure was built as a giant observatory.
Observatory, all right, hold it right there, Gordon, as a giant observatory. Now, where have I heard that before? Echoes of guests past. A giant observatory. Something with which to observe the stars. Something to launch spirits. Not a burial ground, indeed. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Gordon Michael Scallion, and we're here early on New Year's Eve as the new year races toward the Atlantic coast. Beginning now through 3 a.m. Pacific time. It'll be an 8-hour program. 3 hours with Gordon Michael Scallion, who's here right now. We'll get back to the pyramids in just a moment. Hampshire and Gordon Michael Scallion. Gordon, you said an observatory.
It was constructed for multiple purposes, but its primary function was that it was to be a method of combining engineering and technology and spirituality, seeing it all as one, so that in its shape, its measurements, its hallways, every element of it reflected a scientific principle or a measurement, right down to a time capsule of prophecies for the future, religious prophecies for the future in the history of man. And it carried itself from the time it was constructed all the way through to the year 1998. And that's where the timeline of the prophecies that are contained in there stop.
If it was originally a high technological device of some sort, as well as a spiritual device of some sort or center of some sort, then that means there was a civilization that had evolved indeed past our present point.
Let's say that we went the electrical route here in this country.
Right.
If we had gone, let's say, one of the technologies that Nikola Tesla had conceived, then our technology would have went in a different direction. We would have achieved very similar things, just as we can use oil or we can use coal or nuclear. There are different ways of producing electricity. So in this particular case, they went a different route technologically. Let me just read. I'll read you one paragraph from my book, which I think will answer that question.
Sure.
This is from page 260 in Notes from the Cosmos. The question that I had asked my dream guide was, who built the Great Pyramid? The response was Atlanteans in conjunction with Egyptians and Darians. The Darians were a group of people that occupied portions of Russia and China, and they had moved into that land somewhere around 12,600 years ago. Egyptians were already there as a culture, and the Atlanteans began coming into that land because their own lands were being destroyed slowly by earth changes, and so there had already been some migrations into Egypt. And one of their prime spiritual leaders actually left Atlantis, or Posidia specifically, which was one of the islands. And he came to Egypt and acted as the engineer for the site, and his name was Hermes. And Ra was one of the Darians, and then there were the Egyptians. And so the combination of labor and engineering and technology came together to create this monument. The monument took a little less than 100 years to construct. And then my next question was, how does this machine work? The machine's purpose as constructed was multiple in design. Bending time was its focus.
Bending time.
So as to provide a process for initiation. However, the manner in which this was accomplished provided other benefits for its people. These varied from increased crop yield, weather control, a form of electrical power, and a learning institute for the study of the heavens, astronomy, astrology, and cosmic forces, mathematics, chemistry, interworld dimensions, and the 7 levels of initiation. All of these were part of its design. So it would be kind of like Palomar in one sense. And in doing that, these people were, if we were to look at them with our eyes today, they would almost seem to be blinking off and on. In my visions, when I've looked back at that time period, they're not as dense physically in matter. They're somewhat lighter. They're, you know, the Atlanteans that I see on that site look very similar to Native American Indians. That's the only way I can describe them. A little taller, perhaps, and lighter colored hair, kind of a blue-gray eyes, and a little taller, but very similar feature-wise to Native Americans.
What destroyed Atlantis? All right, you said earth changes. I mean, did it virtually sink beneath the sea? What happened?
They went through several levels of changes. The time period that of its sinking is from my dream voyages and my inner work closely resembles what Plato says in his book, The Critias, where he talks about the sinking of Atlantis in a day. What I did a lot of work in trying to figure out exactly where it was. Originally, it was a very large landmass that kind of straddled the Americas on the west, Africa on the east, extending, Easter Island, not Easter Island, but the Canaries, and then moving all the way up into where the Med would be.
That's a lot of land.
Yeah, so it was a very large landmass. In fact, at one time, the lowlands of Atlantis were parts of the Florida Straits, parts of New England, parts of Virginia. So, and then the Mississippi kind of divided the United States. There was a large inland sea there at one time. Then Atlantis went through several destructions. The first 2 destructions were caused by the technology they were using. This was some 30,000 years ago, when they literally used the technology they had developed in such a way as it released or it ignited large gas pockets underneath the plate that supported the whole little continent, and that blew it apart.
You know, Gordon, there are stories that Tesla himself actually caused earthquakes. It was able to cause earthquakes. Now, it's hard to separate myth from fact when you research Tesla, but it is said, and there are witnesses to the fact that he did that, and that's the same energy you're talking about, isn't it?
It is, and he discovered the same key that they used to build the pyramids, that was used in there's a place in Florida called Coral Castle.
That's right.
The same technology.
That man knew it then.
What's that?
The man at the Coral Castle knew and utilized the same technology.
Yeah. And he was, a spindly man. Ed was all of 95 pounds, and yet he constructed 80, 100, 120-ton structures, by himself. But he discovered the same secret, the same technology, and Tesla did too. And I have no doubt that Tesla knew exactly how the energy system of the Earth worked. And unfortunately, he didn't figure out how to put a meter on it to charge. He saw it as a gift to humanity. And Westinghouse, who was backing him, needed some way of making it profitable, and that's really what the division was. That's where his technology stopped.
In other words, if we can't get a meter on it, we don't want it.
Right.
When
technology has been, my sources tell me that technology has been rediscovered, and it's been in use now for 30, 40 years.
Again, Dr. Hawass, at the pyramids, when you ask him about Atlantis, he goes, baloney. Who built the pyramids? Well, the Egyptian built pyramids, and he will demonstrate how that was done. But then when you get to the point where you ask him, well, then, Doctor, how did they actually build the pyramids? And he just goes silent, and he goes, but that is the great mystery, isn't it? We have no idea how they did it.
Well, he is a politician.
Yes.
And I have had some conversations with him, and he loves his country, and he loves what he does. And there's a very strong religious control over what he does. But regardless of that, this is all going to be coming out in the year 2000. We're gonna see short pieces of it, because the entrance that they found under the Sphinx, and when they showed it on television, all you saw was nothing. Everything was removed. It was just it was part of a sarcophagus there.
That's right.
But there was nothing there.
Everything else had already been taken out.
Everything had been taken out.
I believe that, too.
And what happens is that that in itself is not going to change history too much, but there's corridors. And in my book, I describe what happens when they will enter it. I said somewhere between 95 and 97, they'll enter under the Sphinx.
Right.
And when they do get there, what they will discover is passageways. And these passageways are crucial, because the passageways lead to pyramids, other pyramids buried deep in that plateau.
Below the ground? Other pyramids?
Below the ground. Several hundred feet below the ground. And so while the Great Pyramid is this enigma, I have a lot of technical background.
I know you do.
And so, when I look at, things, I look at it from an engineering point of view to see how they... And when you go in there and you look at it, I think even if you were a layperson, you would realize that it would be physically impossible for us to build that structure today. It's just a physical impossibility.
It is.
And,
the Japanese tried it. I mean, some of the best have tried it. They can't do it.
Yeah.
No, we know that. That's true. You said, you intrigued me, to bend time. Toward what end? Why were they doing that?
It was a time. It was a time of a spiritual high, Atlantis was being destroyed. The last time it was destroyed because the plate that supported the last remaining island, and that island would have been perhaps the size of maybe twice the size of Texas, and it was on kind of a shelf, and there was an upheaval in the earth that caused it to be a huge sinkhole.
They saw this coming.
They knew it was coming. They didn't know when, but they knew it was coming, and migrations had already started going out to other lands. And Spain was one of the areas they went to. The Yucatan was another area they went to. The United States was another area they went to. And Egypt was another area. So slow migrations had started. But the people who left were people who wanted to have a different lifestyle. Atlantis had become very corrupt, and there was two factions there. There was those who were following a spiritual
path, and
the other were following a material world. Not too much different than what we find today.
That's what I was about to say.
And so they wanted to construct this temple of initiation where individuals could come and, through training, learn how to develop their, what we would call today, our higher intuitive skills. The device itself would enable communications with other worlds, not only other physical worlds, such as in the Sirius sun system or the Pleiades, but other worlds in the Earth. And so an initiate would be one who have perfected these 7 levels of consciousness. And so there was various schools of training, various temples of training, and then when you were ready, you would go with one of the priests and you would enter into this chamber. And the chamber was not in the king's chamber or the queen's chamber. Those were the operating rooms where the controls were functions and the ascending and descending passageways in the grand hall. All of those were part of the machinery that was in there. But beneath the Great Pyramid were the control rooms for the operators. And when the machine functioned, and this would function at certain key times, as recorded in the Queen's Chamber. The Queen's Chamber has a niche in the wall which they had not been able to figure out what it's all about. It's carved into the wall, and it looks like it was sawed into it. But it's one of those enigmas. What was this for? Mm-hmm. What it was for was to indicate the times when communications was possible. So the machine was charged with a gas, and the gas would fill these chambers. The instrument and the grand hall would function and tune itself, and it would then connect somebody down below underneath the pyramid. And if you were able to achieve the right vibration, right meditative state, you would be able to enter in this time stream. And in the time stream, you would be able to know who you really were, who you were in the past life, get glimpses of the future. So that was one mode of this. There were several other modes that it was used for as well. And one of those was what Carl Jung calls the collective consciousness, the universal mind.
Your impression, though, is that all of this was created by beings, I guess the word is indigenous to Earth, without outside help, or was there outside help?
The outside help that came before. The technology, which was being able to facet crystals in such a fashion and to focus it in such a fashion and align it in such a way that it would create incredible amounts of energy. Now, that was given to them some 35,000 years ago by visitors who came from the Pleiades. So, this reads like a UFO science fiction novel, but I just pass the information through as I receive it, and in time, eventually will lead to whether there's any fact to this. But many of the things that I received from those sessions have proven out so far. As more and more discoveries are coming to the surface, we begin to see it,
So then are you suggesting, apparently, that what they either have already found and haven't told us about or will find shortly will be these control rooms?
They're not. I don't believe they're into the control rooms yet. I believe where they are, however, is into the chambers of science and mathematics and history. I believe they have gained access to those. So in those hallways lead to these archives. It's no different than what we're doing right now. We're burying time capsules all over the planet.
Yes, we are.
And so imagine a civilization that is advanced, knows that there's great changes coming to the world, and that because they are a spiritually based people, they want to leave something that's going to survive thousands of years so that the people who come later, if they are intelligent enough to understand and read the messages, can gain from it. And so the construction was designed for that. And in these rooms, they put the history of their world, where they came from, archaeological items, various placemats, if you will, showing kind of recipes. These are in forms of tablets. I counted 32 in one room, kind of look like a gold foil with an emerald cast to it. And they're all in symbolic form, like hieroglyphs. And so you've got these. They've got some of the tools. They've got the plans for how they built the device. And then they also lead to where you can find other things. So it's kind of like once you get into these halls, you start getting clues to the puzzle. And then you can then go to the next stage and find some more.
They nevertheless, however, didn't make it. I mean, they essentially became extinct despite the spiritual and high technological level they had achieved with all their power, Tesla technology and all the rest of it. They're not around. So when we get back, I want to ask Gordon whether there's information which many people believe in these centers and in this library of knowledge yet to be uncovered, we think yet to be uncovered, that would tell us how to save ourselves. How can we save ourselves if they were unable to save themselves? The Millennium is now racing across the final stretch of the cold waters of the Atlantic toward the East Coast, where millions, literally, up and down the coast are gathered, Times Square filled with hundreds of thousands waiting for the new year. My guest is Gordon Michael Scallion. At the moment, we're discussing Egypt. Well, that's not entirely true. We're discussing what was on the earth before the earth was as we know it now. That's what we're really talking about, but there's some pretty interesting stuff occurring in Egypt. We'll get right back to it. All right, back now to Gordon Michael Scallion, one of our nation's greatest intuitives. He's been kind of a friend for years now, and on this program tonight when he could have been elsewhere on networks and who knows where. Gordon, the obvious question that I trailed with as we left the hour was, somehow or another, they did not save themselves. Despite this great technology, this spiritual level they had apparently achieved, they're gone.
They are gone. They did have a millennium of use of that technology and of that temple site that they had built there. And then there was a great cataclysm when the last remaining portions of Atlantis sank, and they created yet another flood for the world. So in that time period, their culture did reach high levels. They did populate the world and moved people around the world, which then generated like sub-races of people, if you will. And it's not too much different. If we look at what we know scientifically, archaeologically, we can look at Greece, you know.
So in a way, they survived.
Rome. Everybody goes through this point. I mean, our nation is a relatively really young nation. And looking at television tonight, with the satellite coverage around the world, you know, even with my technological background, I'm in awe of it.
It's amazing.
It was like, you know, seeing this interconnectedness that's possible. It shows us our potential. But even knowing all of that, there will be another cycle. Everything has a cycle. And it's a natural, rhythmic cycle of the Earth.
Yes.
And
here's where I want to ask you a big question. You know, the weather changes on Earth right now, Gordon, are obvious. Obvious to almost everybody. The Arctic has lost 40% of the ice depth. The Antarctic has ice fields falling off. The glaciers are melting. The signs are everywhere. And the weather, I mean, the storms that just hit Europe, for example, unbelievable storms. What would have been Category 4 hurricanes that shouldn't even be developing at this time of year in the winter in Europe. And yet they slammed into Europe with horrid destruction. And our own storms, our hurricanes, our tornadoes, they're all getting bigger and more frequent. And is that a part of this cycle?
it is part of it. It's according to the American Red Cross, this is the 1999 was the most destructive year in recorded history. We had more natural disasters affecting more places on the planet than ever before, and so, you know, the Red Cross is one of those organizations that I support wholeheartedly. In fact, the royalties from my book Notes from the Cosmos are donated to organizations like the Red Cross.
They've had a lot of work lately.
Well, I mean, look at the, you know, we've got the unbelievable floods that just occurred. You know.
Venezuela.
Yeah, and we have a count of, you know, 20,000, 30,000 souls. And then if we look back, shortly after the time of the eclipse, we see the turkey quakes and cyclones, and, you know, and then the floods we had in North Carolina and even in your state. One of the things that I said last time I was on your show is that we would see water in Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
And so you had those conditions in North Carolina. So we're seeing all of this. And of course, if you look at you know, what the media would tend to say is that, well, it was an El Nino and then it was a La Nina.
I know.
And it just doesn't explain.
No.
But what does explain it is something that both you and I know as ham radio operators. Is this thing called sunspots. In fact, there's an aurora tonight. At least I've been able to see it from New England, where I am here.
You're seeing it in New England?
Yeah, it's not a very big one, but I was listening earlier on 2 meters, and I can hear that ever familiar that sound, that Russian white noise sound.
Sure.
And I said, oh, there's an aurora someplace. So we had, you know, somewhere we had something in the solar wind, a flare, something happened, maybe not a big one. This wasn't a very, you know, well-developed one. But the key thing is that the cause of this, and this ties into the pyramids in Egypt as well as earth changes, is the sun. The sun is the crucial instrument for all of this. When I was on your show in February, we were talking about sunspots. And one of the things that I had said on that show was that, I'll read the exact quote from them. This year we will see numbers that might hit 300, 400, or 500, not 150 or 200 as we recently experienced. And as you know, we've been tracking sunspots for 400 years.
Yes.
And the highest number never reached 200. And all of a sudden, bingo, in June, it hits 340.
It did indeed.
And then again in November, it punched over the 340 mark again.
And it's still climbing.
And we're not yet at the peak.
In other words, as the sun turns, we keep coming into it again and again. And it will happen again shortly. They're talking about the month of January. And we should get a real whopper. There's no question about it. But even at your latitude tonight, you're getting a slight aurora. Huh?
Yep.
Wow.
It's a very slight one. It isn't the well-pronounced multiple color bands, but the blues are there at least. So I would say it's a very small one.
Well, surprisingly, even shockingly, I don't know if you caught this story the other day, but the chief U.S. meteorological person and the chief in the United Kingdom both sent out an unprecedented joint statement saying climate change has now entered a rapid stage. It's changing rapidly. And that's amazing for them to say.
It is, and utility companies now, when you get your bills, I have little notes with them saying that due to this current sunspot cycle 23, that there may be outages. And they go on to even tell you why. The last time we had the cycle, the numbers were not, they weren't very high, but the grid network wasn't as interconnected as it is now. Mm-hmm. And so, we're very vulnerable now. We have a lot of wire out there strung up like a huge antenna. And so it's the sun going through a much larger cycle than its 22-year cycle, or what is known as the 11-year sunspot cycle.
Or cycles within cycles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in the Great Pyramid, they left that there as a marker to let people know for themselves. And let them know when there was going to be changes in their land, so they knew it was coming. And they also wanted to let future generations know when it would happen again. So they knew the cycle was about 12,000 years. About every 12,000 years, there is an alteration of the Earth's magnetic field of some level. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's a complete flip. Sometimes it's very small. Sometimes it doesn't occur.
But generally triggered by or precipitated by the sun.
That is my belief. There is currently no scientific evidence to support that. The only thing that we know scientifically is that when the magnetic field, the Earth's magnetic field begins to collapse,
right,
which for the past 50 years has been, and when it gets to that point, it's at that point where it snaps and the magnetic field adjusts itself. It's like the Earth is like a spinning gyroscope, and it wants to remain stable.
The Star Trek equivalent of shields down.
Yeah. But in that pyramid, if you look out, that there's an ascending passageway and a descending passageway, and those passageways were used to calibrate, if you will, the pyramid. It would line up on a specific star, and therefore, once they had an alignment, they could then they can finish building the device. So the first thing they do is they dig this long passageway into the limestone surface, going down hundreds of feet. So it's almost like a telescope, and then they can sight exactly. And then once they have that, they can continue building the structure. But they also knew that by studying a fixed star, that they can tell if there was going to be a variation in the Earth's orbit. So they could tell very accurately when changes would come about. And so they left that there. And the actual angle of it is very important. There's another mystery of the pyramid was, why do they build these ascending and descending passageways with the same angle? It's a 26-degree angle. Mm-hmm. And the reason that I believe it is because it indicates the offset of the Earth's axis. The Earth currently has an axis of 23.5 degrees, and that varies throughout time. But if it ever reaches 26 degrees, that's the critical point. That's the point when we would see
a sudden flip?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't comprehend what that sudden flip might mean. What might it mean?
There's several levels. One is that the magnetic field itself of the Earth could shift, could change. So where your compass was pointing north, for example, it might point to a slightly different direction. Mm-hmm. And this could be a matter of a few degrees. It could be 90 degrees. It could be 180 degrees. There's a lot of variables. In our civilization, the variables are our technology, our global warming. All of that adds to the conditions. I mean, right now we've got, as you stated, a massive melt-off. That is...
It's unbelievable.
Well, that is not caused by global warming. I mean, it's just not even physically possible. Even if you study the satellite photos, you see that the melt-off is coming beneath it, not above it. So I believe what's happened is that the Earth's core itself has shifted its position relative to the mantle of the Earth.
Well, now you're right about that, because they said the thickness of the ice at the Arctic is 40% less than 2 decades ago. Now, that's incredible. That's an incredible amount of fresh water suddenly going into the Arctic Ocean. That's just an incredible amount.
And that should continue to increase until the Earth stabilizes itself again. And the stability would be that, just like a gyroscope, it finds a new balancing point. And once it finds that balancing point, it's okay. So, is it the end of the world? I don't think so. But I do believe that the weather patterns that we have seen this year, which are off the charts, will continue next year, and more so. We've got a phenomena coming up here, which I'm sure you must have talked about on your show at one time, which is this planetary alignment that's coming up this spring.
May 5th, 2000.
The alignment begins to take hold somewhere around March. We start to see some of the effects. By April, it's swinging pretty close. When we get into May, we're sitting there with a grouping of planets. We've got Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, Mars on one side of the sun, and then on the other side of the sun, we've got the Earth and Pluto. And so all of those planets will affect not necessarily the Earth directly, but I believe they will affect the sun. So as we're hitting this solar cycle 23 peak, where the sun is really starting to go ballistic as part of its natural cycle, now you've got all these planets lining up, adding their own energies.
Boy, I was about to jump on you and say, come on, the gravitational effect, even in that sort of alignment, could not affect Earth. But I have heard so many people speak on angular momentum and the effect of the planets on the sun that really resonates.
And this is what I believe will happen, is that we will see sunspot counts that will be 500 and up. We're going to see major flares, and those are the things that couple to the Earth. Now,
boy, 6 meters is going to be great.
Yeah. And the auroras, of course, will be. And if just one of these flares happens to go off,
yes,
when it's facing the Earth,
yes. Actually, we had a narrow escape from one not long ago.
Yes, that's true.
For a very short little time, they thought it was headed at Earth, and it scared the hell out of them. Actually, it was headed in the precise opposite direction. But they said, had it been headed toward us, there would have been quite a surprise for Earth.
Well, they were prepared to turn the satellites around,
right, and
shield them. A lot of those birds that are up there are older technology, and you remember when we had the cell phones all went down?
Oh, yes.
Well, next year we're going to see that. We're going to see that kind of a communications drop-off from the sun.
Even the cell phones, huh?
Well, most of those, we are moving into a wireless society now, and we're moving towards satellite-delivered communications. I mean, this will be from the business point of view, will be the trend. And even consumers. If you go over to Europe, everybody has a cell phone.
Oh, sure, I know.
We're going to see more and more of those being delivered by satellite.
So, in other words, even the shielded satellites, if it's a big enough EMP from big enough flare or coronal mass ejection, even the shielded satellites might go down.
There's no doubt in my mind that they will go down.
All right.
The question is, how many?
How many? Yeah, well, it won't take that many. As you point out, we lost one, and nationwide, all the credit card machines wouldn't work and a lot of other things. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Gordon Michael Scallion, and we'll be right back.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
A special marathon New Year's Eve edition. We're about 25 minutes now from the arrival of the new millennium on the East Coast. Times Square is packed, as are many other cities up and down the East Coast. And we shall see. I've got Gordon Michael Scallion here, a rare opportunity to interview Gordon. And we will continue with that in a moment. Well, I guess what I should be asking here is we can all see the signs with regard to the weather. There's hardly any argument left among the average person about the weather changes we're now undergoing. And we know what's coming pretty much with the sun, although not to the scale described by Gordon. But if this occurs, and if there is a shift anywhere from 90 to 180 degrees, most people want to know what that really is going to mean for us, I think.
It may be much less than that. It may be a matter of a series of I've seen a series of 7 to 8 degree shifts.
Oh, so have I.
And so, but it wouldn't matter even if you had a couple of degrees.
Well, what I've noted on the show, Gordon, is kind of a drift. It'll drift 7 degrees or so, and then it'll come back. Mm-hmm. And that's been going on in the last couple of years.
Yeah, in my map, the future map of the world, I said things to look for is that we would have these magnetic shifts of about 7 to 8 degrees, and there would be a series of 3 of these things that would occur. What that means is that should that occur, should we have a major or significant shift, there's 2 kinds of shift. One is a magnetic shift where the pole shifts, and we have lots of scientific evidence that that's occurred hundreds, if not thousands of times in the past. We know that through core samples that they've drilled deep in the earth, studying magnetites, and they can tell the direction of the magnetic field. So we know it has shifted. We have no evidence whatsoever that the Earth itself has tumbled in space, which would be a geophysical shift, where the whole Earth itself kind of shifts over. So my information is kind of focused on the magnetic shifts being triggered by solar activity. So that's been a constant in my information. What it means is that we would immediately change weather patterns in a matter of hours. We could see a shifting of seasons, for example. It could be that severe.
Well, how else do they account for the woolly mammoths with the green things in their mouths and bellies that they have found in the ice? I mean, how else could you account for that?
Well, it depends on what scientific group is studying it. There is no consensus whatsoever. It's one of those enigmas like the Great Pyramid. But, you do know one thing. One of the things they do know is they know when it happened. I mean, first it was, the last ice age was at this date, plus or minus 2,000-3,000 years. Mm-hmm. Now, then they got it down to, it happened within a couple of years. Now they're at the point where they know exactly, almost to the week, when those mammoths died. And they knew that because the buttercups, the things they were feeding on at that time, they knew when they would be in bloom. So by studying the seeds, they were able to tell the month it would be in. They were able to tell several things by studying many of them. And from that study, they know that snow piled up, so so extensive that they just kept walking on top of each other and stacking them up like cordwood. And so something happened 12,000 years ago, 11,500 years ago, that changed weather patterns to shift instantly. I believe that what happened is that when the plate that was supporting Atlantis let go, it entirely disrupted the magnetic field and also the jet stream, or the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream at that time would have went to the east and around Atlantis and up the African coast. So immediately you changed the ocean currents, you changed the magnetic fields, and so you are now changing the weather, and it just sucked in all the cold air from the Arctic, just drove it in, and created a whole new ecosystem. And that stabilized itself, and it's been that way ever since.
Well, except that it's not all that stable right now. And as you look at the current signs that we know about and can document, what's your feeling with regard to where we are? I mean, here we are moving along with all these signs we all can see. Where are we with respect to the shift?
Well, the window that I published in '91 and wrote about it extensively in my book was that there would be two time periods where we really had to watch out for the triggers. A visionary or a futurist can see things very clearly, but to put a date on things becomes very difficult for any intuitive. You have to either have a dream where you actually see a newspaper that gives you a date, or you have to study the signs that you're seeing. You know, is it spring? Is it summer? Is there snow on the ground? Can you see license plates? You know, you have to look for things that give you a clue.
Sure.
The clues that I had was that between '98 and 2002, it's a 4-year time period, it would be a high-stress area where we would see major weather changes. I mean, it would just be off the chart. '98 was a record breaker. '99 beat that.
Oh, yeah. We've got that now.
We're halfway through that cycle. Then in 2000 and 2001, those 2 years were the times where I saw the sun flaring up unbelievably. And so that's like the first phase of it, but I see it continuing on in a lesser or even a more advanced level all the way to the year 2012. But the next 2 years are the crucial years. This year, 2000 and 2001, and since the sunspot cycle is peaking in 2000, since we have these alignments in 2000, you know, there's enough logical things that we can look at, scientific things we know are going on, that say these could be the trigger. Sometimes triggers for events delay things, like we had the eclipse in August. And I had said that wherever the eclipse passes through the Balkans, through Turkey, through these areas,
yes,
we're going to see earth changes. And, you know, a week later, Turkey was hit.
Really hard, yes.
Yeah. So.
Oh, by the way, Gordon, I meant to mention, it went largely unnoticed. Well, no, it didn't. It was in the news. There was a 7.0 earthquake very, very close to me, Gordon. It shook the you-know-what out of us here. I mean, it really scared us. That was a big earthquake here in Pahrump, Nevada. It was just out a little bit in the desert, and it scared me, but good.
Yeah, one of the things I had said for '99 was that we would have to see a quake greater than 7 in South America. Now, there was a quake in Central America, in Mexico. And then very shortly thereafter, that quake hit you. But I'm seeing more weather-related changes than I'm seeing, and volcanic changes. Like I think next year is going to be the year of the volcano.
Oh.
So I think we're going to see volcanoes coming alive, especially after the spring, you know, as we get into the summer months. I think we're going to see a lot of volcanic activity, especially between the topic of Cancer and Capricorn. That there's a 60-degree belt there, 30 degrees above and below the equator. I think we're going to see a lot of thermal emissions coming out of the ocean. And, of course, most of the volcanoes are in the ocean.
So then, to some degree, Gordon, have you changed your mind? You had a very strong vision of a series of earthquakes around the Ring of Fire. And I recall you said that if we had a series which damn near completed, you about got it.
Yeah. It had to be 4 of them.
Four of them, yeah.
It was like a 12-part prediction.
And people say, well, you know, it never happened. Well, most of it happened, actually.
11 of the 12 happened, but the 12th one did not happen. It happened, but the yield was much less. There was a scenario that was active during 97, 98, and that scenario probably still is active. I have not seen it recently, but it says that if there's a quake in the Indian Ocean that's greater than 7, then that triggers, through the internal mechanism of the Earth, quakes that would occur in Japan, then South America, then the west coast of the United States.
Do you now think that scenario less likely, or?
No, I think that scenario is still valid. I don't know when, but the pattern happened 3 times. I mean, you know,
I saw it. Yes, I followed it around.
Exception now, so you watch it go bing, 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 and then the last of it just kind of fizzled out.
Right.
You know, which is a good thing. I think it's still active, but you know, the things that I'm seeing now seem to be much more powerful visions than earthquakes, and it deals with massive amounts of water moving around and fire, volcanoes. So fire and water is what I see for 2000.
Boy, I hate to say this, but what you're saying now coincides with what a lot of other intuitives have said, particularly about the sun and about the current weather changes.
Yeah, as you get closer to an event, you can get a room full of intuitives, and you can talk about it, and they may, you know, unanimously agree on a particular event. And then when you start to look for the dates of that event, it can vary from, you know, months, weeks, years, decades. But as you get closer to an event, it seems like the psychic strength of the event gets stronger, and more people begin to see it. So, you know, somebody might see something 20 years out, you know, a visionary like H.G. Wells or somebody sees something, and everybody else says, you know, you're crazy, and then all of a sudden, as you get closer to that event, other people start getting the same idea. So it depends on the training of the intuitive,
sure,
of how far off they can see that event.
Well, that's an interesting possible close-in future for us. The next question everybody asks is, so what do I do if I think this scenario is one that will play out? Do I protect myself? Do I go out and say, whatever happens, happens, take me, Lord? Or do you leave it to everybody's gut feeling? What do you do?
Well, you know, probably nobody has had as much feedback on this type of work than I have, and has seen as much as I've seen. You know, this is my 20th year in December. In fact, as of yesterday, it was 20 years since I received my first, you know, image. So I played these out, and what I did, you know, I went through phases myself. The first phase was not to tell anybody anything.
Sure.
Total denial. The next phase was that, you know, you start having dreams and nightmares, and so you say, well, I'll tell some of my closest friends, and then you do that, and they react. In that case, not positively, so you withdraw again, and then the dreams and nightmares will continue, and then you finally spread it out, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, the information is out there. Now, for myself, what I've done is I said, I believe that, you know, there's no way to totally protect yourself from anything. I mean, you can be in a city like New York City tonight, you know, celebrating. And you can be in a crowd and having a great time, and somebody who, you know, who just like, attack Harrison. You just don't know what can happen.
Yeah, here he was with giant fences and 24-hour-a-day guards and all the rest of it, and it happened anyway.
So the most important thing, though, is that if you get locked into fear, then you're a goner, because fear will take over, and you're no longer able to take advantage of your God-given abilities of intuition. And intuition is not something that you have to train for 10 years and do yoga. It's something that you have, and you just have to learn how to wake it up and then learn how to trust it. But there's certain things that I believe that, at least what I did for my family, I did the first thing. I said, well, what if we, just like Y2K, I have a preparedness kit. I have one in my car. I have one in our home. We're moving towards a total off the grid, as I understand you are now.
Yes, I am.
So we're moving towards that, that point. And then having done that, I forget about it. I don't deal with it anymore.
It's done, I'm ready, and that's that.
I've done what I can do.
Right.
And then what I do is I make sure I spend my time trying to be centered and listen to those little urges inside that say, don't do this or do this. And sometimes it just says, don't do anything now. That's the hardest part. Listen to the fact of do nothing, wait for the next cycle to come along, for your next guidance. So, it's the final clue is that you have to really go deep within, and you have to learn to trust what you're getting. And then if you're following that and you're following your path, whatever you need, financially or health-wise or safety, it'll be provided.
Is your guidance about these events becoming more or less urgent than it was, say, a year or 2 years ago?
I would say that when I looked at it back 2 years ago, it was almost as if it was reading a story that somebody had written, And, I'm reading it and I'm saying, oh, that's kind of interesting, a little scary, but interesting. And now I look at it and I say, I see the physical ramifications of what I said 10 years ago or 20 years ago. I see the weather, the deviations of the magnetic field. I see all these things occurring. So when they start happening like that, the indications are that that this window, this next 24-month window, is going to be very critical. I'm hopeful that we'll just pass through it, and the flares will not be enough to trigger it, and we'll just move on.
Do you assign odds to something like this? In other words, it does look like there are a lot of negative signs with regard to the next 24 months. How negative? What chance of passing through it unscathed? 50-50, you think, or what?
I don't think anything is 100%, but I would have to say that in the next 2 years we're going to see, things that will change the maps of the world, and I would have to say it's 90%.
90%. Okay.
That does not mean that it's the end of civilization. It just means that we're going to see massive, changes on the Earth, magnetically, weather-wise. Because when I look to the future, I see people in the civilizations, and people look a little differently, and the technology looks differently. But I see them, I see communities, and so I know that we get through this time period.
Man continues.
Yeah.
All right, as he probably always has in one form or another. All right, we'll break it right here. My guest is Gordon Michael Scallion, and I'm very honored to have him here this night. And I'm very honored to have my wife here, who's in a strange-looking hat right now of some sort. She'll bend down for the camera. And, it's a 2000 hat. Really nice. Happy New Year. East Coast, here it comes.
New York.
Happy New Year, everybody. It's coming in about 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Love was the last thing I had on my mind. Holding you is the warmth that I thought I could never find.
our shores. Are you watching New York? Incredible. Only in America does the giant sign come down, the giant ball, the tetrahedron ball. And as the new year, as the new millennium touches America, the tetrahedron touches the Discover card sign.
Richard Bell in the Kingdom of Nye. From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
That's who we are. Welcome to the new millennium on the East Coast, and they're showing on the various networks all the cities up and down the East Coast celebrating. It's absolutely spectacular, but as I said, just in a slightly cynical way, as you look at Times Square, the giant ball with all these rotating tetrahedron things comes down and nearly banged into the Discover card sign. But maybe for us here in the West, that's just about the way it ought to be, huh? Anyway, it looks like everybody's having a lot of fun, and it looks safe so far. Cross your fingers, knock on wood. It's still early, but the new millennium is now on our shores, folks, and it's headed toward us here in the West at the speed of the sun. Anyway, we'll be right back. All right, as you well know, because I've explained it to you over a period of time, I've started to take some pretty serious alternative energy steps. Traditional alternative energy. I have a lot of solar panels up and wind generators and that sort of thing. But we're facing an interesting situation in the very near future, the next 40 years. The next 2 years aside, the next 40 years will see us run out of oil. So we've got to begin to move toward alternative energy in a really big way. I'm doing what I can right now, but that's all that's out there to be done at the moment. Gordon, what's coming in the world of alternative energy?
A lot of the technology that's in the military right now, the Black Ops, that technology will find its way into the world. I don't see it happening in short term, but I see it coming. Definitely in this coming decade. It's possible that somewhere around the next 5 years, it could be sooner, we're going to see it. And the technology that I talked about when I was first on your show years ago was that I saw the fuel cell as the next instrument that would come out by the turn of the century.
The kind of fuel cells that we hear NASA talk about in the shuttles.
Right, and now they're delivering. I'm on the list for one myself. I expect to have it here shortly.
What are the claims? What will it do?
It's there's several companies. PowerPlug is one of the largest ones that are in there, and basically it's large. It's the size of perhaps twice the size of a refrigerator currently, and basically what it will do is it will produce up to 10 kilowatt of power using it's a hydrogen-based system. So they have a container that they load you up with, and you have your own little power plant. Now the next evolution of this is they will have a heat reclaimer. So not only will it give you power, but it'll also give you heating and cooling.
Why not? Otherwise it goes to waste.
So by the time they roll out the first units, and they're claiming delivery in 2000. By the time they roll that out, engineering is already pretty much along the way for the second evolution, which will be half the size of the units. So fuel cells and that technology being transferred to cars. As long as gasoline, and as long as oil is cheap, as long as it's cheap, and here in the States, it's really cheap. You go to Europe, it's a whole different ballgame.
Oh, I'll say.
But as long as it's cheap, the internal combustion engine will continue. We'll make it more efficient. We'll reduce some of the pollutants from it. We'll accomplish all of those things. We'll make vehicles lighter. Therefore, we'll increase the miles per gallon. But as soon as oil changes, as soon as something upsets the oil pipeline, that's when you start to see alternative technologies coming forward.
That's also when you see conflict.
Yes.
In other words, are there wars in our future? Are they going to be over oil, water? What will we fight about if we fight, or will it all stop? As an idealist, I would wish that this new millennium would mean that we would never have another war. We would never have another terrorist. We would never. We wouldn't see shootings in schools of our children, by children. However, I know that the speed that the planet is running right now, going faster and faster, that we're heading for someplace in destiny where there'll be great changes. And wars have been part of our lifestyle forever. Right.
In the future, however, if I look past the year 2012, I don't see that. I see a time period where there isn't this kind of wars, but I still see a war. There's a screen of that war, and it's still there, and it doesn't go away. And it starts off in Turkey and goes to the Middle East. I don't know when. I just see it. I see it as one of those middle screens, which means that it hasn't gone away. But that could disrupt oil. But the next technology that will come after the fuel cell will be magnetic in nature. Magnetically, devices that are magnetically driven, but they're induced by an energy system contained within the Earth. It's like riding on the Earth's magnetic field, if you will.
Right.
And so, since the magnetic field is all over the Earth, it's a simple matter of riding it and coupling to that energy.
Okay, well, that begins to move toward what we began with tonight, Tesla technology.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And I believe it is the same thing. I believe it's this standing wave technology that he was referring to that's always present, and it's there. It's a whole different system. I mean, if you watch lightning storms and you see what really happens in this new incredible photography, this high-speed photography, you watch this bolt from the Earth go up to the cloud, and then a strike coming back down.
That's correct.
And so, there's a potential difference between the cloud and the Earth, but the Earth itself, as Tesla found out, is full of electricity. It's totally, we think of it as ground Earth, but it's really, relative to the atmosphere, it's highly charged. And we will use that technology, that magnetic field technology, to power devices in the future. That will, before the decade is out, that technology will be in place. And it could come earlier. Crises seems to bring on technology faster.
Yes, it does. We are in the longest sustained economic boom in our nation's history. We have never seen anything like it. People refer to it as now the endless economic boom. And is it really endless?
It certainly does seem that way, doesn't it? Right now, here it is. It's January 1st in the East Coast. It's a new year, and which means that half of the people who predicted that the market was going to go down were wrong. No, the market ended up at a record high. The NASDAQ crested 4,000. It's just right. That's what I'm saying.
Out there.
People who said that it was going to go down, went
down.
The market went up. And I was one of those who felt that the market would do a correction near the end of the year.
But it didn't.
It didn't. And it's defying things, but if you follow any cycle, I mean, there will be a correction. What's driving the market, which is becoming an international thing, of course, is the technology stocks. And, you've got a few stocks that are heavily weighted, the Qualcomms and the Microsofts. I mean, you've got these few stocks here who are moving so fast, and yet there's nothing solid. I mean, if they had to liquidate, the value is not there. It's so overinflated. It's all based on potential. But I see the technical market continuing to race ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I do see the Fed stepping in next year a couple times.
So, in other words, the interest rates probably will bump a couple of times to try.
I think a couple times before we even get to the summer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Trying to cool it down.
Yeah, and I still see this correction. I still see it there. Don't know when it's going to happen, but I still feel there's going to be a correction.
Everybody has always asked about the market, and so when we're at 2001, which a lot of purists suggest is the real new millennium. Although they've lost that battle. What do you think the market will be like there?
It is entirely possible that next year, even with a correction, that we could see a jump of 3, 4, 5,000
points,
Dow, for example.
Wow,
we could see that kind of a jump.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, I think we're gonna. The Nasdaq is the one to really watch. That's the one that's kind of pulling everything else along. Now if there's a lot of people didn't pull out of the market or take their profits yesterday because of tax reasons. The market was high. Y2K wasn't looking like it was going to be a big thing, which you and I both said it wouldn't be. But as soon as we click off into the next business day, when Monday comes along,
I know,
we probably will start hearing about Y2K problems in software. We'll start hearing little problems, but I think at that time you're going to see some profit taking.
It's really interesting, Gordon, that the mass media is reporting everything is hunky dory, which it is right now as midnight crosses these various time zones. But when they do go back to business on Monday, there's going to be a significant, I believe, amount of disruption. Not world-ending, but a lot of companies are going to have a nasty surprise waiting for them.
There's going to, I think we're going to see more of that in, third world countries. Russia put a lot of work on their defense system with U.S. assistance, and they also did it on their oil fields. We did the same thing in Saudi and other places. But those countries, there's a lot of old technology, and I think that's where you're going to see the disruptions, and then that in turn will eventually, which may take months, affect us in imports. So we may see these changes now. So Y2K is not over.
Because everything's okay at midnight.
Yeah.
2000.
We need to look over a period of several months to see these. So there will be problems that will crop up, but it's not a disaster, end of the world event.
Obviously so, and it looks like the one thing that I was concerned about, which was the power, apparently is going to be okay. It might even be a little early to say that, but it does look pretty much as though it's going to be okay. What about, I don't know whether you can look at this and whether you can see it, but human beings, we're in a kind of a strange, a lot of crime has lessened, certain types of crime, but as you well know, our young people are just absolutely out of control. I mean, horrid things are happening, Gordon, and socially, what do you see ahead?
I see some major problems. There's a couple of things that are just, really accelerating now. Manic depressiveness, for example, is really raging.
Did you say
the internet, with all of its wonderfulness, is also, it's like anything. It has both sides of the coin, and it's very possible that it contributes somewhat, not exclusively by any means, but it sets up at least the conditions for people to lose sight of things. The family unit is in trouble, has been in trouble. Socially, I see the speed up of the earth driving changes in social behaviors and patterns. Now, we also can look to the family unit. We can look to the fact that, if we go back to when you and I were growing up, we were playing with ham radio. We had a family. Things were different. Today, both parents are working. Daycare is part of life. It's very busy. It's very competitive. Everything is running very, very fast.
Everybody's on the internet. Ham radio's dying. As a matter of fact, by the way, they just restructured ham radio, the big announcement from the FCC, and they've reduced the code speed for any class of license down to 5 words per minute. Gordon, did you know that?
I heard that the ARE had proposed it. I didn't know that it had...
The FCC just came out with a rulemaking.
I know that I had gone down and I have an advanced class, and I had taken the code back in the days when you could go down to an FCC station.
Same here.
And so I understand that even that class is going to be discontinued.
That's right. It's all done by fellow hams now.
Yeah.
So things are rapidly changing, and they're trying to do this to draw people back into ham radio, and I hope they do it because we need a technical base in this country, people who know how to do things beyond pulling out one black box and putting in another black box to fix what's wrong. That's not a real technician.
Right. Well, also, anytime there's a hurricane, a flood, a cyclone, a natural disaster of any type, you will find a ham there with his radio relaying messages. That's one of the I've been involved with the civil defense for 30 years, and that's one of the parts of ham radio that I always felt very good about. I felt that was a contribution that I could make. So my station is here for our town if they need it.
That's right. As is mine. A lot of hams are, of course, standing by tonight. All right, we're going to break here, and when we come back, I'm going to open up the phone lines for Gordon Michael Scallion. So if you have a question for our nation's premier intuitive, that's what we're going to do when we come back. Gordon Michael Scallion here tonight. Happy New Year. I'll tell you what, there's a big party going on out there. You got to see New York and Washington, Atlanta. They're going absolutely bonkers with every reason to. It'll never happen to us again. Not the ones here now. We've just clipped the 1,000-year mark on the East Coast. Congratulations to all of you who made it. Phones with Gordon Michael Scallion next. By the way, everybody, Gordon Michael Scallion's book, Notes from the Cosmos, is available, I would assume, in stores and Amazon.com and all the usual places. Is that still true, Gordon?
It is true, and last year when I was on, all the stores, the Barnes & Nobles, everybody sold out. So this year they said that they were going to make sure they had them in stock so they can get them through there. And if they're out of stock or they can't get it, they can always call my office, and one of our staff would be happy to mail them out a copy.
You want to give out that number?
Sure. This is Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 Eastern. The offices will be closed until Monday, and it's 603-363-4164. And the royalties from this book goes to charities, and my prime one is American Red Cross. The
American Red Cross. Notes from the Cosmos, area code 603-363-4164, or in bookstores, no doubt, across America. All right, to the phones we go. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Gordon Michael Scallion. Happy New Year.
Well, Happy New Year to you, too.
Okay, you're a little hard to hear, so yell at us.
Happy New Year to you both.
Thank you.
It's a real pleasure and privilege to get through, and my questions are about the visions in the future. By the way, I'm from San Diego.
Okay.
My name's Donna.
Hi, Donna.
He mentions a couple of things, if it's possible, I would like to know more about, if he can share it. One, changes in maps. If it's anything hazy or fuzzy that further he could say about that. And I was also interested that he said people look a little different when this is all over.
That's right. All right. Well, let's see if we can press him on that. You have a map. I have it out in my hot tub room. It covers a whole wall. It's beautiful. It's a future map of the world. And is there anything that, since the publication of that map, Gordon, if you were to redo today, you would change?
No, it's remained the same. Some of the windows of things happening, some of them are earlier than I thought will happen earlier. Some of them will happen later. So there's a little time fluctuation there, but the map remains the same. I have seen no changes in it for the past 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it was.
Some map. All right, and the people, she's right. You mentioned they looked a bit different. Any further clarification on that?
Yes. Let me go back to the map for just a minute. In my book, I do describe the kind of changes that will be going on. So there's a dialogue in there that you can see it. And if you go to my website, you can. There's a map there that you can click on by continent, and it'll give you a general idea of what the changes are like. And that website is matrixinstitute.com.
Okay.
The changes I've seen in people, in 1988, I did a paper and distributed it, and actually published it, about these children that I saw that were coming in to the world that were different. I described them as children of the blue ray. And these children somehow had these very special, unique gifts. They were... a lot of them wouldn't eat meat, for example. Just at birth, they wouldn't eat it. They couldn't handle meat. They were very bright, highly intuitive. They tended to almost, and now, of course, it's been several decades later where I meet parents now, and they remind me that they had heard that back in the 80s.
So you're talking about an evolutionary change.
It is. It's another sub-race of the people. And the changes of the race are due to the changes in our solar activity, the position of our Earth relative to the sun. The axis angle is going to change, and all of that is going to bring about changes, just like a tree will go through changes, or an animal, for example, in the winter will get thicker fur as part of its natural cycle. If it's warm all the time, then the animal will change. It'll adapt, just as we will. And so these children, these blue-ray children, are what I saw occurring in the 90s, and then as we get into the year 2012, 2015, we see the people who are born, not the people who are born now, but the people who are born at those years. If you looked at them, they would look different. Almost the pigmentation is different of their skin. Whether you were, black or white or red, makes no difference. The pigmentation of the skin would give it almost a cast of this very, very, very ever so faint blue. But this is like the new generations, if you will, the new millennium children.
Well, we already have children in Australia who are required to wear headgear when they're outside going to school, whatever, because of the thinning of the ozone. And is that the kind of thing that produces an evolutionary change?
That's one of the things that would do it. And if the atmosphere was changed drastically, where we were bringing more solar radiation in, that would do it. I think what happens is that the sun changes and and therefore the Earth changes, and then the vibration of the Earth, the resonance of the Earth is actually going to change, I believe, and that's going to modify our DNA. And I think this is what brings about the change.
That would do it. That would do it, all right. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Gordon Michael Scallion in New Hampshire. Hello.
Good day. This is Karen in Houston. How are you doing, Art?
Hi, Karen.
Hey, Gordon.
Hi, Karen.
I'm so glad you're on.
Thank you.
I really am. In a nutshell, you're putting so much together, but my question is, how do we pack our nutshell? I mean, all of this that you're telling us, how do we draw it all together and kind of, you know, put together what we had before, what you said about the pyramid, in material, technology, spirit? How can we, in baby steps, like 1, 2, 3, keep this going? Now that we have an understanding of it, we need to apply whatever we're made of to make this come about. And it may be baby steps, but we can kind of lay a better path for those children you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I have witnessed some of these children that you're talking about. That's why I'm asking. How do we assist our future generations so that nothing fizzles? We don't want to go backwards.
I don't think we will go backwards. I think it's a natural process. One of the things that I hear parents telling me is that their children, ages 3 years old, 4 years old, are really becoming the parents.
Yes.
And I hear this over and over again of how parents are learning from their children.
Yes.
And not only, computers that they can do, young people can master computers at young ages, 5, 6, 7, It's more than that. They have an understanding. There's a lot of prophecies, if we look at biblical, Native American, almost every culture talks about this millennium of peace that's coming, which we have just entered, and you will in another hour or two. This period of time it's like the Earth gets bathed, if you will, in this spiritual matrix. And what it does is it floods you with this incredible energy, and then you have a choice. You can take the energy, take it in, and work with it, or you can deny it. And, of course, this is true with anything in life. But the vibration of this Earth and the sun and everything that's going on now is happening so fast. I mean, the changes that I've seen in the speed in the past 2 years is unbelievable. And if I look back 10 years, or 20 years, I can just see we're like this freight train that's pulled out of the station, and now we're starting to really roll. What we have to do as once you become aware of something, there's various phases we go through. We can go through denial. We can go through anger. Eventually, depending on our path, we come to acceptance. And there's only one thing that I have found that we can really do as a society, and that is that we have to be constantly taking some time every day to kind of go inside and ask those questions that are important to us, and trust that there is a greater universe of intelligence. There is a God, and regardless of your race, your belief system, it's this universal force. And the window for communications with this force is opening up wide. And for 1,000 years, we're going to have this wide open window where it is going to be easy for everybody to be a visionary. If we choose to take the time to listen, and that means that we can't one day say, I'm too busy, I've got to do this, you have to make the time. It doesn't have to be much. I suggest in my courses, I tell my students, take 7 minutes a day. And in that 7 minutes, get a notebook. Write down whatever questions. If your question, Karen, was that, how can I be of service during these times? To my family, to friends, to neighbors. And you do the 7-minute exercise, and you do it every day faithfully at the same time. It sets up a window of communications with spiritual forces. Those forces are within you and without you. It's a uniform energy system. And when you start hearing things at first, you'll be amazed. And you write them in your journal. And I find that if people do it for 21 consecutive days without missing a day or a time, that their intuition levels are off the charts. It's almost scary. I get letters from students saying, I did this and now I'm really nervous. And that's when you really have to trust. You have to keep it going. If you miss a day in the 21 days, then you need to start all over again from day one.
Well, I understand what you mean by trust, because I do trust that a grand creator does not make mistakes. So everything must be in place, and so I feel like if we can really draw on that, then we will be following the right lead.
Well, the grand creator may not, but we do. We're capable of mistakes, and so that was good instruction. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Gordon Michael Scallion. Hello.
Happy New Year from New York, Art.
Oh, how's it going there?
Things are going fine. All essential services up and running. I'm calling from Yonkers, which is about 15 miles north of Times Square. We saw the fireworks go up. It was very spectacular.
Oh, it really was. I saw it, too.
It was gorgeous. I'm listening to you, of course, on 77 WABC. You may be interested to know that Curtis Lewa broke in on you twice.
Oh, no surprise there.
Once for 5 minutes during your 10 to 10:30 Eastern time segment, and then once again about an hour later for about 5 minutes, but he didn't last.
Well, he needs to get a life.
I'd just like you to know that you have a lot of fans, especially in Monmouth County, New Jersey. Bob and Nancy, a lot of folks listening to you all over the East Coast, I'm sure, tonight.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask Gordon something, specifically referring to the continent of Australia. And Happy New Year, Gordon.
Happy New Year to you, too. What is your name?
Something has tweaked my interest in Queensland, near Cooktown. I wondered if you have any impressions concerning that part of the continent. In 1979, one of the first series of visions I got, it was from space looking down on the Earth, was Australia. And in fact, for the first probably a month or so, all I saw was the South Pole and Australia. And so every time my vision would come up, I would write it down. And then I had a series of dreams that told me why I was seeing New Zealand and Australia. And it was because that in the future, New Zealand in particular was going to be a major communications hub of the world. It was going to disseminate information of a spiritual nature, not religious nature. And that areas such as Queensland were going to become almost like sacred places. So speaking of sacred spaces, that's the reason why I called you. My name is John, by the way. There is an enigmatic pile in Queenstown called Black Mountain. It's a pile of boulders 1,000 feet high and several miles long, which has strange significance to the Aborigines there. There's no way to account for a 500 million ton pile of boulders. And I just wanted to know if you had heard anything about that, or if that affected you perhaps the same way as the Great Pyramid of Giza might have.
Ayers Rock did. Ayers Rock, the red rock, had a great effect on me. The pile that you're speaking of, I did have a whole series of visions about that part of the world. And what I saw was this great deluge that took and moved huge boulders and stones and just packed it into canyons, and if it was like open plains, it would just dump it wherever the water would end. And I'm quite certain that what you're talking about is that area.
Well, given its proximity to the coast of Australia, it's only about 50 miles from the coast, so that might jive with the Oceania, the Lemuria extinction phenomenon, perhaps.
I believe so.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, caller, thank you. We don't have a whole lot of time left, Gordon. We could take calls for 1,000,000 years here, or at least another 1,000. But let me do it one more time. Your book is Notes from the Cosmos, and it's available in bookstores, we think, nationwide, certainly Amazon.com, and or you may make a phone call and get a copy on the way. It's area code 603-363-4164. And with that, is there anything else you'd like to tell everybody? I mean, it is a fairly momentous, the new millennium's about to crash over the Midwest time zone in a few moments. Anything you want to tell everybody?
I'm very, especially tonight, watching CNN go through the different time zones and seeing that, for these moments, there's kind of a
international unity, that goes beyond politics and religion. It's a universal celebration. And so I'm very hopeful about things that I'm seeing. I do know that we are going to make great spiritual strides in the next year, amazingly so. And it does not mean that everything will stop, because it's the end of a cycle, so we're going to see challenges and difficulties. But the potential for personal growth will be greater than it's ever been in our lifetime.
So in other words, there is more than just a date change.
Correct.
Gotcha. Gordon, I really want to thank you for taking time.
My pleasure.
On this night to be here.
Happy New Year to you. I understand your wife is there. Happy New Year to her and to all of my students and readers. Happy New Year to you as well.
Happy New Year.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's Gordon Michael Scallion, folks. Ramona Bell's right here.
Coming up on midnight, Central Time.
Central Time, that's right. All right, folks. Get ready to celebrate in the middle part of the country, because the millennium's about to cross over your head. And it is more than just a date. You can feel it. You can really feel it when you're watching the coverage. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM Extended Version.
I can read the writing on the wall.
The country now. Happy New Year all across the middle U.S. The millennium is here. Good morning. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM, and there's a big party going on out there, let me tell you. See if I can decipher my own handwriting, and we'll look at a few of the other predictions made. Let's see. Number 30 made in 1998 for 1999 was terrorism from Iraq in 99. I'm going to put a question mark, because that is a question mark. We never know, do we? Number 31 is Hillary runs for president. Bonk, but close. Close, but no cigar. Sorry about that. I couldn't resist. Close, but no cigar. She's running for the Senate, apparently. Number 32. We will all finally receive pay for our widgets. Our money back for our widgets. Remember the widget guy? Well, bonk. We have not, although he tried to contact me recently, and I said, well, have you followed through on your promise? And I get nothing in return. Number 33, Area 51 is found to be nothing but a smokescreen. Bonk. It's still there, and it's still doing its thing. Number 30, in fact, if anything, we kind of dug up a little piece of proof here recently with the telephone outage we had. Remember that? We've got that document up there. Go look yourself. It says Area 51 along with Pahrump, a little of Las Vegas. Number 34 was invasion of the Middle East by the USA. Bonk, we did not do that. In fact, things are looking rather peaceful over there at the moment. Number 35, an entire family of Bigfoot. Or would it be Big Feet? Or Bigfoots would be discovered. Well, either way, bonk. Wrong. Number 36, the air war with Iraq continues all year long. Ding, 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 ding. A big ding on that one. Number 37, our blessed Constitution to be done away with. Bonk. That one's made every year, and sure enough, the Constitution remains in full force. Number 38, Y2K, a general fizzle. Ding, 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 ding. So far. All right. Somebody caught that one, I think. We'll know more about that next week. Now, number 39, Air Force One will crash. Bonk. It did not crash, although it had a close encounter. A very close encounter. Number 40, a major city destroyed by a weapon of mass destruction. Well, we've got a little time to go yet, but so far, bonk. And we're going to leave that as a hopeful bonk. Now, let me see. Number 41 is Harley Davidson. Somebody's going to buy Harley Davidson. Now, I'm going to have to put a question mark by that. I don't think anybody's bought Harley, but I heard something about Harley. I can't recall what it was. Number 42, Star Trek, the final year for Star Trek. Bonk. Star Trek is never going to end. Star Trek will go on all our lives. Number 43, a change in our Constitution. Bonk. No change that I know of, unless you consider the continued erosion of it, perhaps. Number 44, Y2K, the media event of the year. Well, now, that's a different story. Even if the ding I gave as the general fizzle is true, was it the story of the year? At the beginning of the year, it certainly was. Later on, not. So I'm giving that a ding and a bonk. It was kind of both. And then 45, and I'll stop here for a while, the prophecy, or a prophecy, no, a single prophecy of Edgar Cayce comes true. I think that's a bonk, but I don't know. I would have to talk to the Cayce Foundation. I'm putting a question mark by that one. Maybe some of you can help me out. So there you have it, and we will continue to go through the list from last year shortly. But I will now commence to take new predictions, and I will resume that at number 44. So if you have a prediction to make when you call with whatever you want to say, I will record it, assign it a number. Remember, you can make only one prediction. It can only be made on the phones, not by email, not by fax, not by carrier pigeon. You've got to make it here on the phones, so everybody can hear it. On my international line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling from Israel.
Israel.
Yeah, the sun is up here. Birds are singing. My electricity still works.
And the world has continued.
Yes, just as I sort of expected.
What time, sir, is it now in Israel?
It is 8:19 here.
8:19 in the morning.
In the morning.
And that would be on Saturday morning, right?
Saturday morning.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen, though, when we get to the business day?
Well, that's interesting you bring that up, because Israel has the work week that starts with Sunday and ends with Friday. We have our weekend on Friday and Saturday, not Saturday and Sunday.
So, in other words, you're going to find out a little early. You're going to find out early.
Yeah, we'll be the first country in the world that starts their business week, so I understand it.
Where, I'm sorry, where in Israel are you?
I'm calling from a place called Beersheba, or on the maps you find it as Beersheba.
Okay.
The Negev Desert, the southern half of the country.
All right.
My climate here is like yours in Pahrump.
We're both in the desert.
Yeah.
And we both have things buried in the desert too.
Yeah. Yes, in a sense, you're right.
Yes, I know. Well, it's great. It's great to hear from Israel on this night, and I watched the Middle East celebrations, and thank God, or Allah, or whoever you want to thank, it all seemed to go peacefully well.
Yes. I prepared for Y2K. I was one of the only people I knew who was preparing. Although it turns out, reading the newspaper the past day or two, a lot of other people have been secretly preparing as well. And I had neighbors over. The clock struck midnight. The lights stayed on. They all turned and looked at me like, you chicken little, you. The sky did not fall. But we'll see. Another couple of days, we'll see if I was right or not.
That's right. I think a lot of people are concluding because it's going well at midnight, that means it's going to go well. Well, Y2K is not going to be over, and we can't really sigh relief until days, if not weeks, have passed.
Yes, I've realized that.
Well, listen,
things will slowly degrade, I suppose, if they're going to.
If something really weird happens there, like a giant snowstorm, you call me for sure.
Oh, all right. It is in the realm of possibility. We're having a terrible drought here 2 years in a row here in the desert.
Yes, well,
we haven't had enough rain to germinate annual seeds.
I know.
The desert usually blooms in the winter, just like the winter rains you have there.
I know. The world's weather, sir, without question, is in the middle of a change. I don't think anybody's arguing about that one anymore.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, wonderful.
I just want to tell you, I don't know many other people here in Israel that listen to you, but I was in the States in '97, driving around on a great tour I took with my daughter. I listened to you at night while we were driving great distances. You changed our lives here. You had Philip Corso on then.
That's right.
And light bulbs went off all over the place in my head as I heard him explaining transistors and optical fibers and mylar and all this. Sudden, all of it made so much sense all of a sudden.
He was.
The world hasn't been the same since I listened to that show in July.
He was an amazing man. There's no question about it. An amazing man. And
I wanted to thank you.
It was a real honor to have. I had more hours of interview of Colonel Corso than anybody in the American media or the media anywhere, for that matter. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, sir.
I just want to let you know the world keeps turning, and the sun will come up soon where you are too.
Mm-hmm. Good night, and good luck to you in Israel. Yeah, this is a really good night, by the way, for the international line. So I guess I ought to plug that, huh? If you would like to reach us from any exotic spot in the world and give us your report, the way you do it is get hold of the AT&T operator and then have her call 800-893-0903. Now, I realize that Canadians can call that line, but if Canadians would sort of leave that alone and come in on one of the other lines tonight, we'll try and see what parts of the world we're able to hear from. Now, Israel is a pretty good start. So, if you're out there in the middle of wherever, South Africa, Asia, up late, listening to the program, get hold of the AT&T operator and give us a call. 800-893-0903. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. Air Force veteran dittos to you.
Oh, well, dittos to you, sir.
Prediction, sir.
All right, number 44, it shall be.
The Pope will expire, unfortunately.
I fear you may be right, but you know, you've got to give it to him. I think, as I said last night, sheer willpower.
Oh, yes.
Seems to have kept him alive to the year 2000. He wanted to see it. He wanted to see it.
I think that was fantastic. Just willpower.
Yep. I mean, you could see the man is as frail as a man can be and still be alive, and it's a testament to the willpower of man.
Oh, yes, sir.
I put your prediction down.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Turn your radio off.
Okay. Hold it.
Yes, holding while you do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Who's this?
What's your best guess?
Are you Art Bell?
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
No, I'm Harry.
All right.
Harry.
Hi, Harry. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too. What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to talk to Art.
Well, this is Art.
It is Art?
Yes. A little harried, but Art. Turn off the radio.
He said turn off the radio.
Yeah, come on, turn it off.
You know who did that?
Yeah.
Ken Sander.
Really?
Yeah, do you know him?
Bad Ken Sander. Bad. Anyway, listen, we don't have a lot of time, so what's on your mind?
He keeps yelling at me. Okay, well, Ken wanted me to ask you if you know him.
No.
You don't?
No.
Because he doesn't know you. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
That was it, huh?
Well, pretty much.
All right, well, I appreciate your call. Thank you. Do I know somebody? Ken Sander, not that I know of. I'm still kind of thinking that in New York, where the ball came down, it was kind of Americana. I mean, the ball came down with all these tetrahedral swirling things, and when it came down, it looked like it came down right over the Discover card sign. And I thought, yeah, that's us. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Ron from Nevada City.
Hi, Ron.
And, excuse me, I got to pull my headphone out.
Yes, you do.
It's the same radio thing. No feedback, but definitely brain confusing here.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Happy New Year.
And to you?
And I want to really praise you for hanging in there and giving us the truth as you see it throughout these times, or at least giving the people the opportunity to present what they see. And
it's just a big open forum.
That's it, yeah. And that's the only way we're going to find out the truth, is if we're given the information to figure it all out with.
Do you want to make a prediction?
Yes, I do.
All right. Number 45.
It has to do with part of your problem of being a media person and presenting the truth. People are going to take pot shots at you, so to speak, with propaganda and such. I think the whole Heaven's Gate Hale-Bopp thing was a perfect example of that.
I know.
Misinformation and really casting doubt upon you. I knew.
You must have read the Denver Post article.
No, I didn't. But
you ought to read it then. It's on the website now. It's a real winner. It's,
all right.
It's not a pot shot. It's like a shotgun blast.
Oh, okay. Us long-time listeners know your stance on that. Know you had nothing to do with that. It was just something that was thrown at you. So what I predict is going to happen here in the year 2000 is that the real truth about Hale-Bopp is going to come out. And I actually think that probably you and the Major might be the ones to be the media or the forum to present that truth.
All right, sir. I appreciate the call. Thank you. We've got to go. We'll be right back. Ramona has made a prediction, which I am recording as prediction number 46. I'll tell you, I'll choke if she wins, if she gets a ding on this one. She is predicting for the Super Bowl coming up, the St. Louis Rams versus, get this, Kansas City. And she predicts Kansas City wins the Super Bowl. Any of you making bets based on her prediction should not address me when they lose their money. They should write email to Ramona Bell at my email address. Actually, don't any of you go out and bet based on this at Kansas City. You know, it's not that I don't like Kansas City, because I do. No, that's not true. I really don't like Kansas City because I have lost more money betting on. You see, we can bet out here, and every time I bet on Kansas City to win, they lose. Every time I bet on them to lose, they've got this great big defensive and offensive front. I mean, those guys are monsters. It's like, anyway, they always foul me up. So I actually had a dream that I'll tell you about that dream later. I was on the Kansas City team. It was incredible. But she is predicting Kansas City to win Super Bowl. Number 46. We'll see. In the meantime, here's a voice you'll recognize. Somebody to wish you a good, happy New Year. He is about, 17 1/2 minutes away from the new millennium, sweeping across the mountain upon which he perches. Richard C. Hoagland. Hey, Richard.
Good morning, Art, and good morning, America, and Happy New Year to everyone.
Oh, indeed.
Actually, we extend beyond the confines of the continental United States, north of the pole and south and west and all that stuff. And it's really astonishing, because if you sat and watched any of the coverage today on ABC or CNN...
Oh, I did.
It really felt like a planet, Art.
Together.
It really was one, and everybody's saying, oh, we're making such a big deal of a trivial date change. It's arbitrary anyway. If we have time, I want to go into a couple of reasons why. Apparently, it's not arbitrary. But the thing that came across today was everybody kind of... I mean, the last time I saw an event like this, it was in the control room with 42 screens, sitting behind Cronkite, watching Neil and Buzz and those guys land on the moon, because the planet was doing one thing, thinking one thought.
You're right.
And that other thought today was, we're all diverse, we're all different, but we're really all fundamentally the same. I mean, it was extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary to watch this. And tomorrow morning, for those who missed it, apparently Sam Donaldson on ABC from 8 to 11 Eastern Time is going to have 3 hours of the highlights, the best of the best of the transition today.
Did you see the Eiffel Tower?
Yes, with Barbara sitting in front of it.
It was absolutely astounding.
Yes. Amazing. When you consider that thing was supposed to come to the United States originally.
Well, that's true, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And then I really love the New York ball going down and hitting the Discover card sign.
Oh, don't get me started on the New York ball. If you go to our website, Enterprise Mission, or you go through Arts, you know, to me tonight as a guest, you will see a close-up set of images of the Waterford Crystal New York Times Square 2000 Gala Ball, all 6 feet of it. It was composed of nothing but redundant tetrahedrons. And there were 504 of those little rotating suckers on the surface.
It was really awesome.
I mean, I've got video. They've been doing kind of tests the last couple of days, and Fox had some really good close-ups. And these things are spinning their little hearts out. And, of course, the whole thing is called the 7-rayed Star of Hope. Well, as we say in the web piece, which if you go to it, it's the official hyperdimensional New Year new post we have up there at the top. There's no doubt in anybody's mind, there can be no doubt that whoever planned these ceremonies is totally plugged into this whole idea of the hyperdimensional tetrahedral, Sirius celebration, because the star was meant to represent the star Sirius. And if you look at the tarot, anybody who's a tarot expert out there in the audience, go to a pack of tarot cards, and you will see that there is a tarot deck which has the star, as a 7-rayed Star of Hope, and it's called Thoth, Thoth, which was the Egyptian god of wisdom and writing and academics and knowledge and all that, supposed to have built and constructed the Great Pyramid as part of the Egyptian mythos. So even though we didn't have the crowning of the Great Pyramid with the capstone, Zahi's gold capstone.
Earlier tonight, Richard, I heard an explanation about why they wouldn't let them do that. And they said, and I don't believe, that they were afraid they would damage the pyramid.
Oh, come on.
Oh, what a bunch of crap. Now, I was at the pyramid. They weren't going to damage the pyramid. And if they did, they would have fixed it.
Well, but you can't really damage it because there is, as you know, this big iron spike sticks, tripod up in the center, which goes to the presumed height. It kind of is a lightning rod that sticks up to where the 480-some feet pyramid would come to an apex, to a point.
Yes.
And they had planned this thing. I think it was aluminum superstructure, and it was covered with gold foil, and it was going to be lowered by a helicopter with some lasers for positioning, and guys up there would carefully, set it down. So, I mean, it's not, no, that was not the reason. The real reason is somehow lost in the labyrinth of this secret stuff that's going on beneath the surface we're not supposed to know about.
Well, Gordon Michael Scallion spent a good part of 3 hours telling us about what's below, and there is a lot below, and it's about to be discovered and or already has been.
Well, it's so extraordinary, and of course I did listen, and amongst, doing a bunch of other stuff here tonight to Gordon. The station we normally get that comes from Tennessee, TRN through satellite, did not carry you in the first 3 hours.
Right. Well,
so I had to pick you up with, the old-fashioned AM radio on KOB here in Albuquerque.
It works.
There's a big mountain between me and KOB, and I have been replacing all our lamps with fluorescents, just to save energy.
So you have noise.
Well, unless I position the radio just right and stand on one foot and kind of point my head towards the south. Anyway, I was able to hear, and it was extraordinary what Scallion was saying, which comes, as you know, from his visions and his sources. And what we have figured out from the science and the due diligence and the elbow grease. And there's an extraordinary overlay art. I was absolutely fascinated. And in the coming weeks and months, as we do these things, as we get ready and post things on the web, people will be able to see a remarkable correlation between some of the things that Scallion was saying tonight and some of the real history that we are unearthing as part of the Enterprise Science Do It by the Numbers research.
All right. Listen, Richard, wonderful having you here. The new millennium is about to crash upon your head there. Would you like to make a prediction for the year 2000?
A prediction?
Yeah, sure.
Well, given the fact that we can now substantiate that this year is not arbitrary, in other words, everyone thinks, and, you know, getting into calendar stuff tonight would be much too complicated, but go to the web and take a look at that tetrahedral ball in Times Square.
Right.
We can now document that the actual positioning in time of the 2000-2001 transition was carefully calculated and was part of Pope Gregory's 1582 reformation of the calendar. There is a Russian website, which is linked now to our website. There's a couple of Russian investigators named A.T. Fomenko.
This is a Hoagland prediction, all right.
And G.V.
Nosyevsky. Oh, by the way, continue, Richard.
Well, they believe that there's about 400 years of made-up history that they have discovered that's been kind of cloned in terms of modern history books looking back at the history of Europe, particularly the history of England.
Figures.
And the question would be, why would you make up 400 years? And they actually believe it was pulled from the Byzantine Empire.
Oh, I know the answer to that. And to cover up what happened during that 400 years.
Well, among other things, but also to cover up the fact that the calendar was off by something like 400 years. Now, how can a calendar be off? If timekeeping is arbitrary, there's no way it could be off. In other words, at some point you start the clock and you just keep rolling, right?
Right.
Well, but suppose there is a bigger clock. Suppose there is an absolute clock. Suppose there's a fundamental clock like the atomic clock at Boulder, to use an analogy.
The new one.
The new one. And that you have a watch, and you discover somewhere, some week, someday, that your watch is off, let's say, by 4 hours compared to the absolute clock. And you reset your watch to be synchronized.
Right.
But then you have to make up a story for what happened in those 4 hours.
I see.
Well, that's what the Russians think has gone on. And what's interesting is that we came to the same conclusion from a totally different route last year. We've been quietly looking at this in terms of our good old, computer program, Redshift. And we discovered that the clock, the absolute clock, had to do with the positioning of the star Sirius, critical in the Egyptian mythology, on the meridian at Giza at midnight as the century changed.
And so, that I don't break into tears, your prediction is?
The next year, between 2000 and 2001, when the real millennium transitions, all kinds of absolutely extraordinary revelations are going to come falling out of the closet, and they began tonight with this overtly hyperdimensional tetrahedral sphere lowered representing the star Sirius in Times Square to kick it off.
All right, Richard. True, even down to your prediction, you're incredible. Thank you, Richard, and we'll do a show soon, of course.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Take care, my friend. And he is now about as you are in the Mountain Time Zones. Nigh on to about 7.5 minutes away from the millennium as it continues to flash across our continent. Not just America, but Canada and the Americas generally. It is a very exciting time. Boy, I'll tell you, just nothing but good news so far. Lots of partying, no lights going out, no crashing, no terrorist actions that I can see. Absolutely nothing. I mean, a really good thing is happening. And let us all cross our fingers and see that it continues to happen. On the international line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
My name's David. I'm in Osaka right now.
Osaka, Japan.
Yes.
How you doing, David?
I'm doing fine. So far, so good.
Let's see now. It's been the new millennium in Osaka for quite a while.
Quite a while. It's 4 p.m.
4 in the afternoon now.
Yes.
Are you getting any local reports there in Osaka?
No, I have not heard anything. I was just talking to a gentleman that was on his way to Los Angeles, And he's heard of some ATMs going down, but I'm not sure if he meant in the United States or over here.
Well, I can tell you that there in Japan, there were a couple of minor incidents at nuclear plants.
Oh, there were?
Yes, there were.
And you'd be a little more explicit on that.
Well, if I could find it. Nothing serious, nothing that would cause them to shut down, but I think a couple of sensors or something or another due to Y2K quit working, and wait a minute here, let me see if I can find it. I'm sure you'd be yeah, here it is. Let's see, it says the anticipated first bite from the Y2K bug was barely felt Saturday as computers around the world silently made the transition from 1999 to 2000. Lights stayed on in Asia, and eastern Russia's nuclear plants ran without a hitch. In Japan, the failure of a computer linked to a nuclear plant monitoring device wasn't considered serious enough to shut the plant down, but they say it's still too early to assess the impact. So there is a little something there in Japan.
Interesting. Well, I'm about to get on a 747 headed for Detroit.
Going to Detroit, huh?
Yes, we came over here. I'm with the band Kansas, and we played on a military base on New Year's Eve.
You're with the band Kansas?
I'm not in the band. I'm the lighting director and the keyboard technician.
Well, have you enjoyed your trip to Japan?
I certainly have. I wish I could have spent more time in Japan, but we came over Friday, so I've just spent a lot of time on aircraft and saw some airports.
Well, have you noticed the prices there?
The prices?
Yes, the prices of, when you buy things.
I inquired about gasoline, about $1.20 a gallon.
About $1.20 a gallon?
Yes.
Well, that's not bad at all.
Not bad at all. They also do something interesting over here as far as your vehicles. You pay taxes on your vehicles according to the displacement of the engine. In other words, the more it pollutes, the more you pay.
The bigger the engine, the more you pay?
That's right.
Well, I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, I wouldn't enjoy that either. I have an 81 Camaro Z28.
You do? My wife
Yes.
has a Camaro. I've got a Firebird, a Trans Am Firebird.
Oh, what year?
98.
98, yeah. Mine's an 81.
The midnight blue or black, almost blue-black color. It's really cool.
Those are nice vehicles.
Oh, they are. But they displace a lot.
Well, I've got to get on this airplane. It leaves in 15 minutes. I've been a long-time listener of your show, and I just read your book, your book you wrote with Whitley Strieber.
Oh, you must have bought that before you left.
I bought that in Florida. I was in West Palm Beach visiting family for Christmas. And it's an excellent book, very interesting reading.
Thank you very much. It is, and take care from Japan. All right, well, listen here, everybody in the Mountain Time Zone. You got about 3 minutes, and the new millennium is going to come roaring across the Rockies. That's my wife, and I think she's getting in the picture. Wait a minute, let me ensure that she gets into the picture. There you are. All right, we just took one. That's Ramona. Kansas City, are you kidding? Kansas City. I mean, I could... St. Louis, yes. Kansas City, maybe. But Kansas City prevailing? Good luck, everybody out there following that one.
On it, though.
All right, folks, we'll be right back. From the high desert to the world, this is Coast to Coast AM, and you know it don't come easy. If you're outside the country and you would like to report how it's going out there, we have a special number for you, and we are asking tonight Canadians to come in on the east or the west of the Rockies line, which you can use, leaving the international line open for great distance. And that number, you call the AT&T operator and have her call 800-893-0903. Now, what's this? I see they're clapping. That's good, I guess. 800-893-0903. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art. This is Tyler in Oregon.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. How about you?
Just fine.
All right, I'd like to make a prediction that I think World War III is going to break out.
World War III?
Yeah.
When, during this next year?
Yes, sir.
During this year, I guess I had as well. It's not this year here yet. Why do you think that's going to happen?
Well, just how everything's going right now, man. Just look at it. China, that's giving us back Panama Canal and all this, man.
Well, the Panama Canal, wrenching as it was to give it up, it went smoothly. China is going to have some sort of contract to run it. I don't much like that. I'm a little concerned about Mr. Yeltsin, chucking it in right at the millennium. So, all right, I'll put you down. That's clear. World War III. On the international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
How you doing tonight?
Pretty good. Where are you?
I don't know. I heard sort of half the announcement of I'm calling from Saskatchewan. I hope that's far enough.
Well, I was kind of trying to hold the international line open for beyond, but I'll take your call.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's Mike calling from Saskatoon.
Saskatoon.
Yes. We had no problems up there, and everything seems to be going off without
Can you say Saskatoon, Saskatchewan 3 times fast?
Yeah, I can.
Let me hear it.
Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
All right, fine.
Did I pass the test?
couldn't do it. Yeah, you passed that one, but now I've got one you can't do, I bet.
What's that?
It's even easier. And you're going to fall all over yourself. You ready?
Okay.
I want it 3 times fast.
All righty.
Unique New York.
Unique New York. Unique New York.
Well, anyway, you got your own country, right?
Excellent.
All right, number 49, if you want to make a prediction.
I sure do.
Okay.
I didn't hear the earlier part of the show because our person up here doesn't carry it. But I'm going to say there's going to be a nuclear exchange between Pakistan and India this year.
Yeah, that's possible.
Well, I would say that's probably probable. In fact, there's so much tension there right now with this last little hijacking incident. I would say it's the powder keg waiting to happen.
I got you. I don't like it, but I got you. All right, you're down.
What number was I again?
Number 49.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the call, and I would just ask that the Canadians free up the international line so that the Israels and the Japans and the Malaysias and the Australias and so forth can get through. Because there are a lot of you, I know, to the north in Canada. You can use the other lines, incidentally. International line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art, sorry to call you. I'm calling you from Canada, but if you're keeping an eye on CNN, they just came through with a report out of the Pentagon that they're having some Y2K problems at the Pentagon with their military intelligence system. That just came on the air about 5 minutes ago.
Their military intelligence system?
Correct. And Bernard Shaw, I think that's his name.
Yes, Bernie Shaw.
Who's on the CNN, asked the reporter from the Pentagon, don't you think it's rather odd for this sort of thing to appear? And they couldn't give any response, but I just wanted to phone you to let you know that just happened right now. They didn't specify what was going on, but Bernard did ask. It's strange that this is happening tonight. And given last night's with our President Yeltsin resigning coincidentally, and now this strange report.
Yeah.
Happy evening.
Thank you. Same to you. Of all the people to be having a problem, we expected private sector problems, but good Lord, the Pentagon was the one that you would expect they would have down cold, and it's the first source of a big report of a problem. Well, it may be an interesting evening yet. Why would they report it? Why would the Pentagon report that, do you think? That's the kind of thing you would think they would not report. I sure hope it's not a problem in communication with the new setup they've got going to Russia. They're showing scenes now on CNN of Boise, Idaho, kaboom, kaboom, as the mountain states, the mountain time zone states, celebrate like crazy. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Is this our pal?
It is.
Good morning. I'm a long-time listener. I've only called once or twice. How are you today?
Just fine. Where are you?
I'm from Rochester, New York.
Rochester, all right.
Yep. And I just called first to wish you a Happy New Year. I've been listening for a long time.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the show.
Okay.
And I have a prediction for you.
It will be rounded number 50.
Okay.
What is it?
The prediction is that during the upcoming year, wars are going to break out in certain Middle East countries, and the United States, like they usually do, is going to try to come in to make peace, but that's just going to cause more problems, and there's going to be turmoil around the world. But it probably will be settled. At least I hope so.
So wars in the Middle East, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate your call, sir, and I hope you're wrong.
I hope so, too.
That wouldn't be something we would want on the Middle East. We heard from Israel a little bit earlier. International line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello there.
Hello, is this Art?
Yes, this is Art. Where are you calling from?
I am calling from Melbourne, Australia.
Melbourne, Australia. Well. The new millennium has been in place down in Melbourne for quite a while now.
It is 6:15 in the evening.
6:15 in the evening. All right, well, listen, what kind of reports are you getting locally in Australia? How are things going down there? Is everything smooth?
Everything is Y2OK.
Y2OK. Everything here was Y2OK until a few minutes ago, and we got kind of a worrisome report about the Pentagon. Maybe it's nothing.
I just saw that on CNN.
Oh, you
right
did?
Now.
You did?
Yeah.
Doesn't it strike you strange? There goes the ball I see on CNN hitting the Discover card again. Doesn't it strike you as strange that the Pentagon would be the one reporting problems?
Oh, it does. Yeah, it seems a little strange, but I guess I think they just said it was some type of communication problems. I think that they said temporary communication problems.
Yeah, but what kind of problem? Like, Boris, are you there? Boris, what is it?
Who knows anything?
Boris, what is it?
It could be anything.
Yeah.
It could be anything. But I just wanted to tell you, I've been a big fan. I've been listening via the internet for a couple of months now, and keep up the good work. I just love your show.
All right, my friend, thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year.
Good day, mate. That's Melbourne, Australia, where it's, 6 at night and well into the new year. Can't hear you, Boris. Speak up. What did you say is in the air? First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi. This is Mitch from Columbus, Ohio.
Hi, Mitch. How you doing?
Good. I just wanted to call and let you know that at 12:02 Eastern Time, we lost power here in the west side of Columbus.
What?
And, and it was reported on the news that it was not Y2K
related. The whole west side of Columbus, Ohio?
Yes.
And it wasn't Y2K related?
No, they said it was just an equipment problem.
Do you personally believe that?
No.
No?
No, but the power has come back on, so they fixed whatever it was.
Whatever it was, they either worked around it or whatever. I wonder how many other areas of the country had sort of failures like that.
I don't know, but they got it back on. It was on for about an hour, then it went off for a couple minutes, and then they got it back on again. But it's not due to Y2K, according to the power company.
So they say, huh?
Yeah.
Well, do you want to make a prediction for the year?
Well, I predict that our power will go off again a few more times.
We'll just put down power problems.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. Take care, Columbus. But it's not Y2K related. Yeah, it occurred at 12:02, but it's not Y2K related. Now, here is something that I do wonder. How much are we really hearing about? How much are we really hearing about? Do I imagine that our media might hold back from us? No, not our media. They wouldn't do that, would they? Sure they would. You bet they would. I don't know that they're doing that. I mean, it's been pretty good up until now. But anybody out there who thinks that the Y2K problematic time is over because we've raced around the world without serious problems so far, you're wrong. When the world goes back to work again, we're going to get another little bit of a jolt, and we're going to find out a whole lot more. We'll see. There's somebody on CNN with a Hollywood sign. At least it's still lit up for now. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Is this ARP?
Yes, it is. Extinguish your radio, please.
Okay, just a second.
Holding on for that. Wherever it is you are. You should have that radio close so you can do that right away.
Okay, hey.
All right, where are you?
This is Brother Billy from Seaside, Oregon.
Our power just blinked here. Yes, hi, Brother Billy. How you doing?
Good. I was calling to let you know that everything seems to be okay so far. Of course, we haven't hit midnight yet.
That's right, we haven't. Did you hear the guy from Columbus?
Yes, I did.
He said the whole part of Columbus lost power at 12:02, and they immediately said it's not Y2K related.
Oh, it's just a coincidence. I do have a prediction I want to give you, but first I want to say I would really like to have you bring on a couple of guests. Sir Lawrence Gardner, familiar?
Sir Lawrence Gardner?
Yes.
I should know that name, but I don't.
He's the genealogist, I guess you would say, for the 33 royal families.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would suggest him and David Hudson. Familiar with him?
Okay, all right.
Okay. Anyway, the prediction would be that everything being okay, somewhat okay for Y2K, not the big problems that everyone assumed, the economy is going to pretty much soar initially. We're going to see the stock market go up, might even reach 15,000.
And then?
Of course, it has to correct itself.
What goes up
must go down.
So a market rise and then a correction.
Yes.
How much of a correction?
I don't think it'll be as bad as it was in the Depression, but I think you'll see a considerable drop.
Okay, gotcha.
So possibly 15,000 is what it'll go up to.
Well, that would really be something, wouldn't it? 15,000. All right, thank you very much for the call, and we'll be right back.
We get a lot of letters from customers about Preems and PMS. Here's one from Debbie of California.
Is dated copy. Just a few more days until Y2K. Well, actually out here just a few more minutes. Actually, and across most of the nation already has occurred. That's dated copy. But the concept remains sound. Of course, I am just over the hill from Las Vegas, Nevada, which is probably going to be the next focus as they come out here to the West Coast. They're going to look at Las Vegas. And right now on the Strip, man, I'll bet you it is ripping. And they're going to be showing photographs of that. There's going to be a lot of people on the Strip. That's going to be a wild time. Just over the hill from me. All right, we are taking predictions and doing whatever else. If you're somewhere far away, get hold of the AT&T operator and have her call 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. And we'll take your comments on what's going on. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Anthony in Spokane.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been listening to Christian radio tonight.
And?
They're either angry or kind of bummed.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I think they wanted their Y2K.
They wanted trouble.
Yeah.
I find that hard to believe. I mean, I guess there are some religious groups that want trouble and will be saddened if this is not. I guess some thought, well, God's coming back. He's going to do it now.
Well, yeah, Y2K means, imminent rapture to a lot of Christians. So, but
I always thought that the Bible said that nobody's going to know the time. And that isn't that what Christians really believe, that nobody's going to know when?
Yeah, and none of these people were saying that they knew the exact time, but they were looking for signs. It's like encouragement, of imminent deliverance.
In other words, this could have been one of those moments, but it wasn't, huh?
Yeah, and they actually were hinting that it might be necessary to, to facilitate it.
Well, that's really sick. That's the kind of stuff the FBI is looking at, and I don't believe that's mainstream Christianity at all. That's
these were just callers.
Yeah. Well, see, these are whack jobs, absolute whack jobs.
Yeah, and
we've done enough that might go wrong by itself without some idiot bringing it on.
Yeah, they should have screened those calls out personally.
Appreciate the call, sir.
How I fell in love with you. Oh, it's true. Oh, I love you.
That was a big bopper. Good morning, everybody. We are greeting the new year, the new millennium, and we're doing it all together. And it's kind of neat. So stick with us. Are we out of the woods entirely yet? No, not entirely, but things are going pretty well. What would the new millennium be without hearing from the pagan side of things? I know a real witch. You heard her before. Her name is Evelyn Paglini, and here she is. Evelyn, hi.
Hi, and Happy New Year.
Oh, the very same to you. Well, you're in California, right?
Yeah, we're just about ready.
About 20 minutes.
To bring in the Year of the Dragon.
Is that what it's going to be, the Year of the Dragon?
Yes, it's the Year of the Dragon. And you know what, Art? Because it's got a 00, I'm looking at it as snake eyes. I think we better strap ourselves in and get ready for a very bumpy ride.
I'm going to put that down actually as a prediction.
Well, thank you.
Year of the Dragon, and you think it's going to be a bumpy ride, huh?
Very much so. I feel that this winter and spring, the weather severity is going to cost us plenty. And I also feel that there is going to be a wonderful find that will be uncovered in the Antarctic of an ancient civilization that will tell us a little bit more about our roots.
You probably mean as the Antarctic continues to melt.
That's right.
All of a sudden, one day they'll look out across the ice and they'll be at the top of a building, a skyscraper.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish, normally the Year of the Dragon can be very fortunate, but I'm feeling more chaotic. I'm feeling people are going to come out and assert themselves, but in a negative, not in a positive way. And so I'm very worried about this year. Nothing is going to be in concrete. It will shift in an instant. One day will be phenomenal, and we'll be very optimistic, and then you're going to get hit with a thunderbolt.
Kaboom! Right out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. So that's why I'm saying strap yourself in.
Well, I have some of the same feeling, but, as I watched TV earlier tonight, everything was going so smoothly around the world.
Oh, yes.
And to some degree still is. It felt hopeful. But
I want to be optimistic. I think it's wonderful to see the entire world all at once shake hands to the year 2000.
Well, I guess that's going to happen, but maybe it's like where fighters shake hands,
just before you come out sparring. Yeah. That's what I'm really worried about. I'm going to say again, the Year of the Dragon, fire is going to breed, and the 00 snake eyes.
Well, I want to thank you for all you have done for me and my family, Ellen.
Thank you.
And I want you to have a wonderful, magical New Year.
I will, and I wish that to you and your entire audience.
Okay, hon. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night. That's Evelyn Paglini, and she's a real McCoy, a witch. And so we're sort of spotting the night with people, as you can tell, that we know. I've got something I want you to hear. Now, this is the Dana Ray Band. Do you remember the Dana Ray Band? They sang a Y2K song. Remember that? Remember the Y2K Dana Ray Band song? Well, the Dana Ray Band has now done, in view of, the way things are going right now, at least most of them, the Dana Ray Band has prepared a special piece for you tonight with a bit of a different slant on things, and here it is.
Why was I so worried about Y2K? Now there's 1,000 cans of tuna fish standing in my way. I'm tripping to the bathroom. It's like walking through a maze. Wish I'd never worried about New Year's Day. It seemed like such a good idea in my mind. Stock up on some food and water while you still have time. You remember that old story? The grasshopper and the ant. They say the future is hard to see. Well, I got news you can't. What the Sam Hill was I thinking? Was I just paranoid? Now I'm hunkered in this bunker, trying to avoid the awful truth. It's over, and everything's the same. The jerk that wrote that other song, he's the one I blame. Why was I worried about Y2K? I was betting that the IRS was just gonna go away. I maxed out all my Visa cards, thought I'd never have to pay. Should have had a backup plan for a non-eventful day.
You shouldn't have worried about Y2K. The world's ticking like a time machine. It isn't blown away. Be prepared for the worst. It's really sad to say. The millennium is here, and everything's okay. The world didn't stop on New Year's Day. Oh, wait, there's more.
Sure glad I bought that generator and 100 cans of gas. Paid for it with a rubber check. Now I feel like such an asteroid's my only prayer, Lord. Please send one down. Otherwise, they'll hang my picture up all over town. The media stirred the people up. I hope they're happy now. I quit my job a week ago. Even called my boss a cow. My bridges burned. My goose is cooked. I'm screwed in every way. It's true, my world ended on New Year's Day. Why was I so worried about Y2K? There was a flaw in my theory. My logic went astray. My one chance for adventure. There's no dragons left to slay. I wasn't the only April Fool on New Year's Day.
I don't know.
Why was I so worried about Y2K? The world never really changes, and now there's hell to pay. The repo man will take my army surplus tank away. I'm changing my identity. Got no aces left to play. It's clear I had to disappear on New Year's Day. I know, I'll leave a note. See, I was abducted by the Greys. Hey, buddy, want to buy a barely used bazooka?
That is the Dana Ray Band, and that is their After the Fact song. Of course, they sang a very different tune, so to speak, during this last year, which we played any number of times, and that is their New Year's Day retraction. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
Okay, sir.
This is Robert in Boulder, Colorado.
Hi, Robert.
And it's a pretty uneventful night down here.
So far, so good, pretty much.
Yeah, I was just watching the guy on the news try the ATM machines, and I think the big news around here is going to be how few people actually went out on New Year's Eve. Whether or not they're just anticipating trouble or they didn't feel like going out or whatever.
You know, actually, in spots all across from New York to Las Vegas to the spots where large crowds were going to show, a lot of people showed up, but a lot of people stayed home, and I think you're right about that. A lot of people said, nah, you know, I think I'd rather bring this in at home.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Art, I never regretted buying some food because one time I decided to try some. And the stuff I got was pretty good.
I know. I know.
And I just kept on eating it until it was gone.
Well, you know, that's exactly. Well, you might have done it a little early here, but that's what I told people. You're never going to go wrong stocking up on food because you can always eat your investment. I mean, big deal.
Especially if you buy the good stuff.
That's right. Yeah. No, that's exactly right.
Oh, yeah, and I got a prediction, I guess.
Number 54 it shall be.
And it's sad, but I think we might see one. And sometime in January, we'll probably see another school shooting. Just the way the trends have been going.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I bet we're going to see a year of it, too.
Yeah, and I think people sort of stopped talking about it while the Y2K was coming up here, but we'll be hearing about it again shortly, I'd imagine.
Well, let's hope that the millennium brings some sort of change to us all that stops some of the madness, because it has been madness. It's really madness.
Well, have a happy New Year's, Art.
Yes,
to America, too.
You take care, and everybody out there. On our international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I'm calling from Winnipeg. It's Mark.
Winnipeg. All right. Well, we're trying to hold our Canadian countdown on the international line just so we can hear from the rest of the world, but okay.
Oh, well, I just wanted to wish you a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
And it's been New Year's here for about an hour and 40 minutes.
And everything goes well?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Obviously, your telephone is working.
Yeah.
Your lights are on.
Yeah. And I'm watching you live on the Internet.
And you're watching me live on the Internet. You know what, though? I'll tell there is something going on. The Internet is very, very slow right now. The Internet is moving at a snail's pace.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
But I think, it's just because of the amount of traffic.
Yeah.
I would suppose. All right. Well, listen, thank you, and Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Take care. I'm trying to hold that line open. For anywhere in Europe, Asia, Africa. Wouldn't it be fun to hear from Africa? I wonder if they could get through. Somebody in Africa, give it a try. The number is, you call the AT&T, you get the AT&T operator. It's a free call, no matter where you are in the world. It's 800-893-0903. 800-893-0903. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Lance from Sand Falls, Oregon.
Hi, Lance.
Hi, how are you?
Awaiting in about 10.5 minutes the new year, as you are.
10.5 minutes. Okay, I got a prediction for the next millennium.
Okay.
I predict that we're going to see a...
Okay, you've got to turn your radio off or you're going to...
Okay, a UFO going by California.
California, all of California?
Yes, from the south to the north, all the way up to Oregon.
Ooh. Okay, south to north. Got it.
Okay, I want to wish you and your wife a Happy New Year, and good luck with everything else.
Just good luck to us will do.
Okay.
All right, see you later. Good luck to us all. About 9.5 minutes. It's really racing toward me right now. Well, I can say no matter whatever else happens, I made it to the year 2000. And I bet there's a lot of people out there saying that. You've got to think about it. You've got to sit back and relax a little bit and think about it, that there are not many human beings who get to experience the 1,000-year change. I mean, there just aren't. You are a very privileged group. We are all a very privileged group to greet the year 2000. To see it come and go, it's an eventful thing for humanity, for all of us. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Hello. Who am I calling?
Well, now, with regard to who you're calling, you would know more about that than I would.
Well, no, I was just dialing a number.
You're just dialing a number randomly?
Well, no, I was trying to reach Art Bell.
Uh-huh. Well, who do you think you've reached?
Oh, I have no idea.
Guess for me. Take a big guess.
I don't know.
You really don't know, huh?
So
well, you wanted what kind of pizza? What kind of pizza?
Oh, I don't want any pizza. No, thanks.
You did order one, anchovies, right?
No anchovies. I can't stand anchovies.
No?
No.
All right. Well, all right. You sure you're canceling this order then?
No pizza.
All right. Well, all right. Fine. On the international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Dave from London, Ontario calling.
Dave, we're trying to hold this line free.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you about an Y2K glitch.
Oh, really?
Woodstock, Ontario.
Woodstock, Ontario.
I'm in London, Ontario. My cousin just called me a while ago, said the power was all out in Woodstock. It's about a 50,000-60,000
no kidding.
population city.
Really?
Yeah. So that's quite interesting.
How? When did it go out? Did he say?
Well, I just talked to him, and he said it was out for about. It's been out for about 2.5 hours. It's 2:52 time in London, Ontario, Canada. Here.
Oh my! So in other words,
just after midnight sometime.
Have the local authorities said it is not?
I haven't heard. I'm just checking on the local news here to see if I can see anything.
We'll see if they say it is not Y2K related.
Yeah.
That seems to be the general comment tonight on most of the outages so far. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the call. Well, that would be a Woodstock, Ontario, huh? You see, we just had a pretty good glitch here, too. That's interesting. Well, it may be that the grid is doing a little adjusting and so forth. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Hey,
what?
I got a prediction for you.
You do, huh? Where are you?
I'm going across Illinois. I'm a truck driver. My name's Todd.
Okay. And what do you predict for the year 2000?
Okay, I predict all the truck drivers are finally going to get together and go on strike.
Ooh, you really think so?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's about time they start standing up for themselves again.
All right. Well, are you trying to organize that by saying this, or are you actually just predicting it?
I don't know. Probably kind of both.
What is it that the truck drivers want?
I don't know. Quite a bit. I don't know. It's kind of seems like they're just kind of everybody is starting to go against us a little bit, and over the we love truck drivers. I live out here in the middle of the desert. If it wasn't for truck drivers, I wouldn't have a damn thing out here, even toilet paper. We need you, yes. Well, I mean, there's, just like there's a few bad truck drivers, there's, you only hear the words of the ones that are...
The only bad truck drivers are the truck drivers that, when there's only 2 lanes, there's 2 trucks, and they go side by side. Those are bad truck drivers. With about 1 million cars behind them, and I know that they're talking on the CB going, You've never done that, have you?
I can't really tell you if I have or not.
Yeah, right. All right, well, good luck with your strike. All right, thank you very much for the call.
Sure.
Yeah, take care. You ever run into that on the road? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Art.
Yes, turn your radio off.
I did.
Okay, where are you?
I am in Orlando, Florida.
Orlando, yes, sir.
Orlando.
Yes.
And we did not get any of the stuff with Gordon Michael Stallion tonight. Are you going to repeat that anytime soon?
Oh, I'm sure we will. And, of course, it'll be available on the net. Do you have a computer?
No.
Well, then you have nothing that's going to fail, do you?
No.
Okay. Well, all I can tell you is I'm sure they will repeat Gordon. They always do. When Gordon speaks, everybody listens. And,
right, and we were dying to hear what he had. Maybe you could give us a few highlights.
And just what was it that the Orlando affiliate was doing that was so important?
They were covering Lake Eola's fireworks.
That's all right. We'll get a repeat on for you, all right?
Or give us a couple of highlights even tonight. That would be exciting.
Let me think about that.
Okay.
All right. I think I want to play this for Mr. Harrison. The Millennium approaches, folks. It's on the way to the West Coast. Just minutes, about 3 minutes now, and it'll sweep right over the West Coast into the Pacific Ocean, headed toward Hawaii and Alaska.
Happy New Year.
I'm Art Bell.
And Ramona Bell.
My sweet Lord, my Lord, my Lord, I really want to see you.
Well, that's it. The Millennium is here. It has now swept across the contiguous U.S. states, headed for Hawaii, headed for Alaska, and the Pacific.
55 east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may recharge at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to recharge on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with ourselves on the Premier Radio Network.
It certainly is, and it is here. The year 2000. Well, we made it here on the West Coast. How about that? Listen, I've got two things for you. One is I took a remarkably cool webcam shot right at the moment. There's a lot of zeros in there, I'll tell you. That was pretty close. So check it out. Check out the photo on my webcam right now. It's kind of cute. I think that I'm going to leave it up there. Other than that, the streaming video continues, and I might add, I've got this little guy, this little fuzzy animal, and when you squeeze his right hand, I don't know if you're going to be able to hear this or not. I'm going to try it. You squeeze this little. I don't exactly know what he is. He's a millennium creature of some kind, I suppose. A tickle wiggle. All right, watch this. Listen to this. Here we go. It's not going to do it. Not going to do it. All of this from a little tickle wiggle, whatever in the world it is, emanating from his belly. Here, take him away. Oh my God, he's going to do it again. Happy 2000.
Now, I will inform everyone that we are making our own time capsule of all this millennium stuff.
And we're going to bury it really deep.
We're going to bury it really, really, really
All right. Thanks. That's a cute picture we did. So if you get an opportunity, take a look at the studio camera. And I have had one glass of champagne. So that's all. So it should be a interesting remaining portion of the show. Now, they're showing a shot on CNN of somebody in Seattle. It looks pretty windy in Seattle, I would say, right now. And she's got a big jacket on, and I wonder what's going on. Well, what's going on in Seattle? You tell me. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art.
Hey there.
Good to be on your show. We're out in New Mexico.
Okay.
And everything seems to be fine. But I just really think there's going to be a terrorist act out in Seattle.
Oh, you do, huh? Well, apparently Seattle thought so too, because of course they called off the major celebration there.
Yeah, and I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area originally, and I'm kind of glad I'm not there as well.
San Francisco?
Yeah.
The thing about terrorism is, thank God we haven't had any yet, but it can happen anywhere. You know, the last place that anybody thought that a building would blow up would be in Oklahoma, and that's where it happened. So I don't know. I wouldn't say anywhere is safe.
Well, I was...
And all of us have got to stay on the alert.
Yeah, I was commuting on that bridge that collapsed and left town right before that happened back in the big earthquake.
You were commuting... I'm hearing something. What's all that in the background?
Oh, it's our little party, but I'm in the other room now. No, when the superstructure collapsed and all those people were trapped in the
yes, in the
that highway.
Yes,
that's where I used to commute to work on a daily basis. Right around that time, I would have been on that highway.
But you got out of there before that occurred.
Yeah, I moved out of town, and I just have a bad feeling now about the Bay Area.
Well, everybody's always nervous about the Bay Area. Everybody's always nervous, and they have reason to be because there's a big fault line there, and every now and then it hiccups. Okay, very good. We have got to get our little sound on there, and then we'll be back underway. Little sound, where are you? That's more like it. All right, west of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Doug in Burlington, Wyoming.
Hi, Doug. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. I would like to make a prediction.
It will be number 57.
Okay. We're listening to you on 3 different stations, by the way.
That's past stereo.
Well, my wife's in one end of the house, a buddy of mine's in the other end of the house, and I've got the radio on in the living room, and I'm here in the back.
I see. All right.
Gordon Michael Scallion hasn't missed over about 94%, if I remember right.
Yeah, he's got a very high rate of hit.
Well, I would say he's going to make about 96 to 98 to next year.
In other words, you agree with what you heard?
Yes, sir. We've been listening to you since the minute you came on. We do. My wife and I listen to you every night.
This is going to be my first 8-hour programs. I used to do 6-hour programs as a matter of course for about 10 years.
Yes, sir.
But this will be my first 8-hour job.
We wish to the good Lord above that you do 8 hours every night.
You must be a Wiccan.
No.
I'm just kidding you.
I work nights. I'm a heavy equipment operator. I work nights, and my wife listens to you whether I'm home or not. And I've listened to you for years.
Well, thank her for me, please.
Well, she's listening on the other radio on the other end of the house. You just did.
What's her first name?
Benny.
Benny. All right. Well, you just said hi to her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And a Happy New Year to you. Well, now Hawaii and our Alaskan friends await. I understand that finally it is so cold in some parts of Alaska with ice fog that they're not going to be able to fire off the fireworks. Is that true? Remember, on our international line, if you would like to reach us from somewhere else in the world, simply get hold of the AT&T operator and have her call 800-893-0903. And on the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How are you doing?
All right.
Great. This is Chris from Orlando, Florida, WDBO 580.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, how are you? Okay. Let's see. My prediction is that Ramona will have a spiritual experience this year that will be life-changing, in my opinion. That's what I think. And I love your show, and here's a Y2K update from Central Florida.
All right.
Our crossing arms for the trains here in DeBerry.
Yes.
We're just bouncing up and down last night and this afternoon.
You're kidding.
No, Just the lights were going and the arms were going up and down and kind of bouncing, so.
Well, how do you get across that?
I kind of drove around. I drove through.
You're sort of waiting for the right timing and you dash across?
Yeah, I inched up and I looked both ways. It looks safe, so.
But it's probably not Y2K related.
You know, I've watched CNN since 5 a.m. this morning, so I sound a little tired. It's because I've been up all day, but every glitch that's gone wrong, they've said, and it's not Y2K compliant.
I know, related. Yeah, that's right. I know.
Right, related.
Including some pretty big power outages, too.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
That I've been hearing about. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, that's true. I guess there's a kind of a bias toward not reporting problems, but as surprisingly then earlier, the Pentagon was reporting some sort of communication difficulty, which I found really surprising, because if you're going to avoid reporting things that are occurring in the general population that are really not so serious, why would you go to the Pentagon and why would they report something? Odd, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
I'm so glad to hear from you again. Glad you called me.
I didn't call you. You called me.
Gosh, that's weird. I just thought you wanted to talk to me. Well, anyhow, I bet you'd like a report on the Santa Fe Railroad, wouldn't you?
What's going on with the Santa Fe?
Well, I'm in Wellington, Kansas, about a half a mile from the very main line of the Santa Fe Railroad.
Yes, sir.
There hadn't been a train through all night long. Usually.
So, in other words, they actually stopped traffic.
They shut them down.
Well, that'll prevent a glitch.
Yeah, prevent a train wreck, anyhow.
Yeah.
No trains are not going to wreck. But anyhow, I thought you'd like to know that as precautionary measure, they just shut the line off.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, a lot of things have actually shut down. A lot of transportation. I know the airlines are operating between 20 and 35% below averages. They've shut down some communication. They've shut down some computer systems and blah, blah, blah. A lot of things are shut down.
Usually, about every 15, 20 minutes, we've got a mile-long freight either going east or west through here, blowing your whistles with great vigor.
They do that in the middle of the night and wake your butt up, huh?
It keeps the population constant here. Wellington, I can't understand this. You've got 30,000 people in Pahrump and one traffic light.
Yeah, but I know we've got another coming soon.
We've got 9,000 people in Wellington and probably 6 or 7 traffic lights.
Do you really?
Yeah, but the railroad has kept the population stable here for 40 years. Wakes people up at night, nothing else to do, so it keeps the population stable.
Well, apparently your town council must have nothing else to do. They just keep buying traffic lights.
Well, at least we're making an improvement. They took 2 of them out.
I see.
I've got a prediction. What number will it be?
59.
59. Well, the Messiah will not return in the year 2000.
And what do you base that on?
Bible studies.
But in the Bible, it says nobody will know. So it could as easily be 2000 as not.
Yeah, but by the same time, it says that if you see clouds coming out of the west, you know there's a storm coming. When the wind blows from the south, you know it's going to be warm. It gives you several things to look at as a sign before the Messiah comes. These signs are not in place yet.
Okay. All right.
That's what I base
No
on.
Messiah in 2000. I got you, sir.
Good to talk to you, Art.
And you. And the trains are not running. Yeah, I think they've done that actually with quite a number of systems that they were concerned about. They simply shut them down. Now, will there be problems over the next few days? Yes, I suspect so. But you have to admit the early going with regard to the Millennium has been damn good. I mean, you've got a whole world to worry about out there. And there are going to be some sporadic problems, and we're having a few of them, but nothing too serious yet. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, turn your radio off.
Okay.
Turn it off, please.
All right, sir.
Okay, where are you?
Anchorage, Alaska.
Oh, Anchorage, huh?
Yep.
How cold is it up there?
Oh, probably about 10 below.
10 below.
Yep.
I guess it must be a lot colder in Fairbanks because I'm hearing they had to cancel the fireworks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I heard it is colder. I don't know about the fireworks, though.
Yeah. What can I do for you, sir?
Oh, I had a prediction for the new year.
All right, number 60. What is it?
Are you familiar with the rock group Milli Vanilli?
Oh, Milli Vanilli, yes.
Yes. Oh, one of them overdosed or something and he died. And so my prediction will be that aliens will bring him back on the 5th of September next year. And they'll do a reunion tour.
Really?
Yes.
Will it really be Milli Vanilli this time?
I believe it will be, yes.
Well, then...
He'll have an alien-enhanced voice.
Well, goodbye. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art Bell.
Yes.
How are you?
Pretty well, thank you.
And Happy New Year.
And the very same to you.
Thank you. I'm calling from, Tip City, Ohio.
Okay.
And I just had a little funny observation tonight. Nothing happened, of course.
Right.
Everything's cool. The world didn't blow up.
Right.
And I was going to pick up a friend because when the world didn't blow up, we decided to go have a donut and a cup of coffee. That was our big excitement for the night.
Are you in the police force?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. But there were 8 law enforcement officers in a little town called West Carrollton, Ohio.
Yes.
That surrounded one car. And I thought, my God, what did this person do?
What did they do?
Had a flat tire.
The 8 policemen had a flat tire?
Yeah, it was a little bit of an over-response, maybe. I don't know.
Did they change the tire for the person?
No. They all were standing looking at it when we left.
They were supervising.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they were bored. I really think that they expected more, to be going on in the world, and nothing was going on, so they went, hey, you guys, this guy's got a flat tire. Let's, all go over there. So they did.
Oh, my God, a flat tire. Code 3.
I have a prediction for you, too.
Yes.
On the 186th day of the year 2000,
yes,
I predict that all across the United States, in every state, in every city, in every little town, people will be celebrating with fireworks and picnics and eating hot dogs and
4th of July.
Yeah.
Why do you make me? I'm not going to write that down. That's not a prediction.
Sorry,
that's a sure thing.
Well, yeah, that's the kind of predictions that
you're like
people
the guy.
predict.
You're like the guy who watched Boris Yeltsin resign on CNN and quickly called me last night and said, Boris Yeltsin's going to resign.
Well, I'm sorry. I wanted to go with something that I could, be pretty sure of.
Well, it's a sure bet, all right. Okay.
I wish you and all of yours the best. I enjoy your show so much. You're a breath of fresh air in this world.
Well, I'm air anyway. Thank you. Take care. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
This is Damien calling you from the East.
Damien, the evil one.
Yes. Well, not so evil now. It's been quite joyous looking all around the world how everyone's having a good time.
You mean even Damien is having an uptime tonight?
Yeah, well, obviously it was kind of sad for me because...
Haven't you pushed anybody down the steps or anything to brighten your night?
No, I've got other levels, other parts of me that is more benevolent, believe it or not.
Not?
Anyway,
what's up?
Well, I wanted to make a prediction.
A Damien prediction.
A Damien prediction.
Okay.
What number?
It'll be number 61 because I blew off the 186th day.
Oh, my. I was hoping to be number 66.
Of course you were.
But, okay, the prediction is that you, Art, and I are going to meet in person sometime between January 1st and December 31st.
Somewhere during the year.
Yeah. You and I will meet in person. And as we look into each other's eyes.
Yes, as I see your glowing red eyes bearing down on me.
Your life will become to enhance for the better.
It will enhance me for seeing your beet red eyes?
Yeah.
Your glowing red eyes?
Those glowing red eyes will enhance your life even better and greater. And at the same time, it will enhance my life, too.
Really?
A mutual exchange of energy, positive energy.
I don't know about positive energy from somebody with a name like yours.
Well, there's many people with my name, and there's also exceptions to
the general rule that all Damiens are
right.
Push old ladies downstairs and stuff.
Yeah, right.
All right, Damien. Well, you never know. We just might meet.
That's true.
You're not in New York City, are you?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Well, I'm going to be in New York City pretty soon.
Well, I'm moving to New York City pretty soon.
Oh, Damien.
I was supposed to already be there, as a matter of fact.
All right. Later.
Right. What's that song you're playing?
Do you remember it? Can you name that song?
True love. Let me see. It is a song I really like.
Come on, you gotta do it now.
Sounds like a Roy Orbison.
Roy Orbison.
No, it's a crime.
Come on.
No.
Four Seasons.
The Four Seasons. I would have guessed that.
You would have guessed that. I can afford $100 for just naming every song when I play a few bars of it. Now, you miss one, that's it. I'll let a couple of people try that. I'll put a $100 bill at risk. So if you think you're really good, and I mean you'd have to be really good, you let me know, and I'll let you take the Art Bell Year 2000 $100 challenge.
To make this commercial more believable,
very sorry to be reporting a fatality in Las Vegas. It seems a young man fell off a light pole and died instantly, I'm told, in Las Vegas, just over the hill. And I guess there's going to be some of that sort of thing going on. There have been some arrested and so forth and so on. But that's kind of a yearly event in Las Vegas. Usually people don't die who fall off light poles. But it depends, I suppose, on how you land. So that's very sad. Yeah, that's it. Anybody can do this and name every song on any given CD, and I have selected one here. You've already got one of the songs on it. If you can name the others, I will send you a personal check, an Art Bell, Ramona Bell personal checking account check for $100. Do I feel safe? I hear my wife laughing in the other room. It was either a laugh or a scream. I can't tell which. You think anybody could do that? I don't. That's what I think, too. Money's safe. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Art Bell?
Yes, yes.
Hi, my name is Jessica. I'm from Southgate, Michigan.
Southgate, Michigan. Hon, turn your radio off.
Okay.
That's what you got to do when you get on the air. Oh, I hear a little one there, too.
Yes.
And that little one doesn't sound too happy.
I heard earlier someone called from, I believe it was Columbus, and said that the power was out.
They did, yes.
Yeah, well, around 20 after 1 also here in East Point, the east side of Detroit, the power was out.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was on the news. They said it also didn't have anything to do with
Y2K. Of course it didn't. That's a lot of power failures that have nothing to do with Y2K.
That's what I said.
Well, would they lie to us?
You want to know the truth?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah, they would. You're right. You want to make a prediction?
I can't really think of anything. I think that there's something going to go on with Russia within the next 90 days, but I don't know what it's going to be.
Well, probably nothing very good. All right, thanks for the call. Take care. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, I just wanted to take your challenge.
You really think you could do it?
No.
Well, then...
I would try.
Are you good?
I'm not terribly good, but I'm not bad.
No.
Does that make sense?
Well, I don't know whether it does or not. I mean, how old are you?
I'm 50. Just turned 50.
Well, you might be able to do it. All right. What the heck? Here we go. You ready?
Uh-huh.
You miss one, you're out.
Okay.
All right, here we go. You only get a few bars, so you have each one.
Okay.
Okay, here it comes. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well?
Well, I have no idea.
No idea.
None.
All right, well, others will now have an idea, so they now have probably two, because a lot of other people will have that one. I mean, it wasn't that hard.
That'll be the day?
Really? Is that what you think?
I just thought, yeah.
It wasn't even close.
Oh, okay.
Not even close. Let's try it again. Now, listen, I'll give you a little more this time, all right?
Okay.
If I give you too much, it's going to give you the title. In fact, it will. You still don't have it?
No, I sure don't.
You're one of them.
I am?
You are. Now listen.
American woman gonna
Oh, cool. That's a really great old version, yeah.
You shouldn't have missed that one at all.
No, I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take the time.
All right, American woman. Thank you.
Sure, bye.
See you later. See, she didn't even make it past the first one. My 100's safe. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
All right, I think I can take the challenge. I'm 27 years old, but I've got a pretty good idea of music.
Well, all right. Fine. Here we go. This is going to seem very repetitive, but...
That's American Woman.
Okay, fine.
Good Vibrations.
What is it?
Good Vibrations.
Good Vibrations?
Oh, no, California Girls.
All right. Is that your final answer?
Yeah, California Girls.
All right, that's right. All right, here we go again.
Day Tripper.
Day Tripper? The Beatles? You're right. That's your final answer, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, man.
That one's got you, huh?
Oh, man.
You're going to be sick.
Yeah, I know. Oh, man.
Don't let that buzzer sound.
All I can say is it was good talking to you. I've been trying to get through for a million years.
Well, now I'm going to really make you sick. Because that's the one that I played going into the last, it's called Working My Way Back to You by the Four Seasons.
Oh.
I even named it, and that's the one you blew.
I know. Well, what can I say?
All right, thanks for the call.
All right, bye.
Take care. Now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 4. You have 4 of them. So I'm not going to let you have those. I'm going to start at number 5 if somebody else wants to challenge. On the international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art?
Yes.
Yes. I'm just wondering if you checked your email yesterday, or if you did.
If I checked my email when?
Yesterday.
Yeah, sure I did.
Yeah. I sent you an email, the youngest listener.
Yes, I saw your email.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I thought it's still there. I mean, I haven't cleared it out yet. It said your youngest listener.
Yes, I started listening when I was 10.
Yes.
Yeah, I got hooked on your program.
And now you are how old?
13.
Do you want to make a prediction? It's your one opportunity.
Okay, what number will it be?
62.
62.
Yep.
That you're going to be in the hospital or a breast near death or something?
That I'm what?
You're going to be in the hospital.
I'm going to be in the hospital.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. I had a dream last night.
Really?
That you were in a hospital bed.
I was sick, huh?
Yeah, something.
That's a pretty downer prediction.
Well,
from
not an assassination thing, at least.
From my youngest listener.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. We'll see.
Okay.
All right. Take care. I've had worse. I've had predictions that I will die. Usually that I will be off the air. And that's been going on for better part of 15 years now. First time caller line, you're on the... Eventually, they'll be right. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I want to make a prediction.
It will be number 63.
Okay.
Following my being in the hospital.
Okay.
Okay.
I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, me too.
I predict that this society will be told about something serious and they will go into mass hysteria.
You mean like E.T. presence, that kind of thing?
I don't know. Just something, just the way I saw people react today to just thinking of Y2K and the way they were in the stores. Just was unbelievable.
Well, how were they? Where are you again?
I'm in Bakersfield, California.
Bakersfield. And what were the stores like?
Crazy. People were buying bottled water by the cartfuls. There was no water. They were arguing. They were buying it right down to the individual bottles in the cases.
Really?
And it's like last minute, I just went to do my regular shopping, and I stood in line for maybe 25 minutes just to go through the grocery line. The gas lines were crazy. I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. I'd never seen anything like it before.
Well, I know that a lot of people think it's all over now, but it's not.
No.
Not by a long shot.
No.
Actually, until we get into the business day next week, we're not going to know. What we do know now is the power didn't go tumbling down, which is a good thing. But there's still going to be a lot of disruption, and it's going to begin next week. Mark my words.
And people should have been prepared already, not wait till the very last day.
You're quite right.
I couldn't believe it. It was scary. I was really scared.
Well, people get a little strange when they get worried.
I guess. I wasn't really worried. I just went to do my regular shopping. I was already prepared.
Yeah, but people can worry you.
Yeah, they did. I was wondering, should I get more water?
I know that's how it works. Do you know that once Johnny Carson said that there was going to be a nationwide shortage of toilet paper, and this is serious. Everybody ran out and bought toilet paper. They thought he was serious, and there did become, you couldn't get toilet paper no matter what.
Oh, my goodness.
It actually happened.
And the media can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
It's strange.
Even I could do it. I don't know what I would do it with, but
Well, I know that you can make it rain, so I'm happy with that.
No, I didn't do that.
We did it.
You're right. You
Yes.
did it. All right, dear. Thank you.
Okay. Happy New Year.
Take care. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes. Hi,
Hello.
Art. I'm from Portland. How you doing?
Fine.
Hi. I'd like to take your challenge. I got every one of those songs so far.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm not going to give you the ones that I've already done.
That's okay.
I'm going to start you with a balance of this CD.
Just don't hit me with anything from the early 50s. I'm good after 58.
Yeah, you get hit with what you get hit with. All right, here we go. You ready?
Yeah. I saw her again.
Ooh, you're good. All right. Monday. You're good. You're scaring me here.
Hey, little girl.
Oh, my God. You got it. That's right. It is Little Girl. Listen to this, folks. This is a rare one. I felt sure he'd fall down on this one.
Hey, little girl, you don't have to hide nothing no more.
All right, here we go.
Term and Hermits. 1 second. How high is my loneliness?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah. I don't know. I know it's not the name, though.
It's still My 100.
What's the name? Is that it?
That's it.
I got a prediction for you, too.
All right, it'll be number 64.
I say that this year you're going to become the king of the herb-infused flavored oil pizza sauce empire, and you're going to market and make $1 million. And I want to taste it. I was listening the other night.
Pizza Punch is the most incredible. I wouldn't eat pizza without that in a million years. As a matter of fact, my wife has to make more. She can't keep me in the stuff.
Well, I know you won't give the recipe away, but I wish you would, because I'm dying to try it.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have some made up, and we'll send it out to selected listeners and get their opinion.
Okay, that sounds great. Also, I'm sorry I missed Gordon earlier. I was the guy that called on the West of the Rockies at the end.
Yes.
You know what I wanted to ask him was what he thought would happen if they actually put the capstone on. Why they stopped him. They must have been scared.
Try, the machine would turn on.
Yeah. What was it that Daniel said? Something about changing the Earth's magnetic field?
You mean Gordon?
No, you remember Daniel, last time he was on, he talked about the
yes, well, a lot of people are talking about that. Oh, yes, that there is a magnetic shift imminent. That there's one that's going to occur. And by the way, what Gordon had to say earlier tonight resonated with what Ed Dames has been saying now for about a year and a half with regard to the sun. It was really close.
Well, everybody's sounding alike. That's what's starting to get scary.
You know what scared me more than anything else?
What?
You getting all those songs right.
Well, I'm 43, and you shouldn't have got me on that one. I should have known the Herman's Hermit. Hey, you have a happy New Year, Art.
All right, see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Actually, it was Peter and Gordon. Yeah, we ought to do that. We ought to make up some pizza punch and send it out to some people. It's so unique. It's so good. We might try it. It's just something that we have never somehow gotten around to, but maybe we'll do that. It is incredible stuff, folks. Well, yeah, for a while. They'll never get through all this. There's no way. You think they're going to make it through that, for example? Or say that, for example? No way. They're not. No way. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is an update from Anchorage.
Yes, sir.
I guess there was a bomb threat at downtown Anchorage about 30 minutes ago.
There was a bomb threat in Anchorage?
Yep.
Do you know anything about the nature of the threat?
It was at the PAC downtown, Performing Arts Center. I guess they're going to have some bands playing there, and somebody called in a bomb threat, and they evacuated the whole downtown area.
Oh, brother.
All it takes is one person.
Yeah, apparently so. I take it that no bomb has been found. It's just somebody wanted apparently to ruin the night.
Probably. Yeah, they haven't said anything more about it.
Well, I'm sure sorry to hear that.
Yes, me too.
Okay, thank you for the report, sir.
All right, thank you.
Take care. You know, of all the major cities that have gone by without a problem, to have a problem like that in Anchorage is amazing to me, because Anchorage is a pretty... Well, of course, it's changed since I was there, but it's generally a pretty closed community. What do I mean by closed? Well, not really closed, but I mean close. a close community, or at least it was. Now, I guess Anchorage is now really a big city, and so I guess you can expect it like anywhere else, but I'm sorry to hear that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello. Turn your radio down, please.
I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right.
First off, I'd like to say thank you very much for your service to our country.
Sure. Whatever that has been.
Well, it inspired me anyway. I'd also like to say, Ramona sounds like she's having just entirely too much fun back there.
She is.
God bless her heart. And the other thing is, my dog just, now this sounds funny, but my dog has predicted that Central California is going to have a earthquake.
How did he do that? I mean, was it sort of like a 6-point earthquake?
Well, no, I can't say exactly what point it's going to be, but she just freaks out. She did it last time, and she did it again tonight.
Okay, dog predicts earthquake. I mean, when? How soon?
Within the next 2 weeks. And I predict you will be the king of the next big pizza chain across the United States. And the other thing is, if you would have run an ABBA CD,
yeah,
I probably still couldn't have got it, but I really would like to hear the clip.
Well, that'd be a giveaway. I mean, you can't run one group and then you get a groupie of that group who just names them right off, and there goes my 100. What kind of deal is that?
Well, it's kind of a sure bet.
Yeah, for you.
Art, I want you to have a very Merry New Year.
You too, sir.
Thank you very much.
Take care. On the international line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Oh, my God, I actually got through.
Yeah, well, let's see. Where are you?
Canada?
Canada. Well, that's why you got through, because we're trying to hold this line open for people elsewhere. But go ahead. Where in Canada?
Oh, sweet. I'm from Calgary.
Calgary. All right.
Yeah, I listen to you, like, all the times when I'm get up in the night.
Okay.
Pretty good show.
Thank you.
I just thought I'd tell you, Art, that down in Vancouver, British Columbia,
Yes.
they had Lou Bega playing.
Yes.
And I just thought I'd tell you he did really terribly.
He did?
Yeah, he was the worst singer ever.
Why?
Well, he I don't know. He was stoned or something.
Oh. Well, maybe he was just celebrating the New Year.
Maybe he was. A little early, I guess.
Well, even in Las Vegas right now, some of our television anchors we have observed are weaving around a little bit.
Uh-huh.
You know, you don't get to the year 2000 actually ever.
Yeah, right.
Right? Just once.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so...
We know their names.
Yeah, we know we have their names. I weave too, but I'm on radio, and so it doesn't count. I gotta go, hon.
Right.
All right, see you later.
Coming up on the year 2000 in Anchorage, Fairbanks.
Anchorage, Fairbanks. Are you sure? I thought they were 2 hours. Or just 1 hour? All right. Well, if that's really right, you're about to greet the Millennium in Alaska. I thought it was 2 hours. But at this time of year, it may not be. We'll see. Again, let me read some more of the predictions made in 1998 about 1999 and see how people did. There's my pen so we can judge. Not that I'm going to get them all right, but I'll do the best I can. Now, see, I've lost my pen. Doggone it. Pens go to the land of the lost. I mean, they just occasionally do that. Maybe I took it out of the room, but I don't recall doing that, so it's gone. My pen is gone. Now, when going gets tough, the tough get a pencil. And I've got a pencil, so here we go. Number 46, that the United States would go to war with Russia. Bonk. Number 47, that I would not be on the air this time next year. Bonk. I'm on the air. Number 48, that I would write another book in 1999. Ding, 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 ding. I sure did. And by the way, it's the coming global superstorm, plug time, and we're going to be in New York, in Manhattan at Barnes & Noble, at about 12:30 in the afternoon on the 12th. Whitley Strieber and myself signing this book, and talk about a prophetic book. It's scaring the hell out of me. With what's going on with the weather right now, this book will scare you. It is fiction, it's drama, it's entertaining, and I'm afraid it may be true. It's called The Coming Global Superstorm. You can find it at Amazon.com, where they give you 35% off, or your local bookstore. Number 49, a huge turmoil, World War III. Bonk, have not had World War III. 50, a major shift in power. I'm going to give that a ding, 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 because just prior to the millennium, Boris Yeltsin quit, and that's a major shift in power in Russia. So I give that a ding. Number 51, insurrections in the United States. I'm giving that a bonk. It's been pretty quiet. Number 52, that we would go under martial law. Bonk. No martial law yet. Number 53, Hillary punches Bill on camera. Bonk. If they had said in private, I might have dinged that one. Number 54, Jonathan Reed, alien in the freezer. Dr. Reed exposed as a hoax. Bonk. He certainly has not been. Number 55, that I would get a new cat. Bonk. I have 3 and want no more. Number 56, that a Bigfoot would be caught either dead or alive. Bonk. So, there you have it. Let's see, what else do we have? Number 57, that Art and David Oates would reconcile. Ding, 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 ding. Number 58, that Europe, the euro dollar surpasses the American dollar. I don't think the euro's done that well, has it? It's almost even with the American dollar. I'm going to put a question mark by that one because I'm not really sure of the answer. Number 59, that I would be blamed for Y2K suicides. Well, bonk, I don't think we've had any. And, let's see, number 60, Curtis smokes art. Now, that refers to Curtis Sliwa. Curtis smokes art. Well, he has not smoked me. In fact, I smoked him. Bonk. Number 61, that the NBA would go on strike, and that the whole thing would destroy the National Basketball Association. Bonk, it did not do that. And number 62, that the common cold will be cured. Bonk. So I would have to say so far, we're running at about a 20% success rate, 18 to 20%. Not too good. We've had better years. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bell.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm calling from Honolulu.
Well, hello there.
Yes, I've been listening to you for years.
And you got about what, about 43 minutes left or something till?
Yes, sir, just about.
Yeah.
No, usually we live in Kalihi Valley, but we're afraid of all the smoke from. You ever spend New Year's out here?
Do I understand what?
You ever spend New Year's out here?
I have never been there at New Year's. No, I haven't.
Oh, it's like a war zone. Everyone has fireworks.
Really?
Yes, it's like, it's unbelievable. It's like the whole island, Chinatown on New Year's.
Have you been watching the fireworks around the world?
Yes, but this is all individual.
In other words, everybody has their own.
Everyone has their own. That's why we came to Waikiki. So we're in the middle of Waikiki right now because we couldn't handle the smoke and all the noise in Kalihi Valley.
Well, I would think Waikiki would be worse.
No, because it's mostly tourists, and it's all there's so many police around.
I see. So you're comfortable with the protection of all the police?
Well, I wasn't worried at home either, but it's nice to get away. Going to have a nice air-conditioned room. But it's just wild here. Just everyone's running around. There's fireworks everywhere.
As a matter of fact, I can hear some of it.
Oh, we're surrounded by smoke. It's quiet now.
Well, wait about another 41 minutes or so.
Oh. There's some more going now.
Yep, I heard it.
Over the hills of Makiki. We're right between Kuhio Avenue and Kalakaua.
Are the trade winds?
I'm sorry?
Are the trade winds blowing?
No, everything's quiet.
Well, then you're going to get a lot of smoke.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's going to be like fog every year, but this year it's supposed to be worse.
Well, listen, good luck to you. Do you want to make a prediction?
I predict that they're going to outlaw fireworks in Hawaii next year.
Is that a prediction or a wish?
Both, sir.
All right, I got you.
God bless.
Thank you, and take care. All fireworks. Okay, well, we'll see. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hi.
I want to attempt the challenge.
Oh, you want the challenge?
I want the challenge.
Are you up to it?
I think so.
Now, ask yourself this before you really take the challenge. When I was playing these earlier, were you naming them as quickly
I knew it was World Without Love, Peter and Gordon.
You did? All right. All right. What the hell? Here we go. You really think you're that good?
Well, we'll wait to find out.
No, that's right.
I can see for miles.
I can see for miles. He's right. All right, here comes the next one.
You got your troubles, I got mine. Fortunes.
Oh, you're scaring me here. He's exactly right. All right. Oh, no. You want to take a guess? No? 100 is safe. You give up? That's a yes?
I can't identify that one.
All right. Man, I play it all the time.
Happening.
Yeah. Well, good try, sir.
Well, it was amazing.
See you later. I don't know if I'm going to do this anymore. I mean, I'm already halfway through this thing, and I've blown away 5 people. I'm going to have to think about it. Let me find another CD here. Something that I think would really trick you up. Let's see. Get something old. Not risking this 100 for nothing. Let's see. These worry me. You guys are pretty good. Gotta have one here that'll be good. Oh, here's one. There's no way you're gonna get this one. I've got it. I've got one you can't possibly do. All right, this challenge, this $100 challenge, is good to the top of the hour. After that, the offer is off. The predictions, however, will continue. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi, Orville. I'm from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Fairbanks?
Yeah.
How cold is it up there?
50 below.
It's 50 below zero?
Yes, an ice fog.
50 below zero with an ice fog. We heard earlier, somebody said they had to cancel the fireworks celebration because it was so cold.
Uh-huh. We had to call the fire station and ask.
50 below zero is unreasonably cold. Why would a person, most Americans would ask, choose to live in a place where it gets to be 50 below zero?
I don't know. I was just born here. I don't know.
So in other words, you've never known anything else?
No. Yeah, because I was born here, so.
Have they ever taken you on a vacation down to Hawaii?
Not yet.
So in other words, you're Alaskan through and through.
Yep.
Well, you got to be hardy. Because 50 below zero, that's cold enough. You can go outside and throw liquid up into the air and it comes down in ice crystals.
Went to Mexico. Is that counting to go to Hawaii? Or there?
Would you like to go to a warm place?
Not really, because I don't like the air. We have dry air here.
It's like there's ice in your blood.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to make a prediction, or what's on your mind?
I don't know. Just say Happy New Year's to you, because we couldn't get through.
Well, you've made it through.
Yeah, we made it through once, and then he said disconnect, and your parties went and everything.
I know they do that. All right. Thank you very much for the call, and stay warm.
We will.
Okay, it's 50 below zero. Now, I've been in those kinds of temperatures a couple of times. I lived in Anchorage, and occasionally, like a couple of weeks during the year in Anchorage, it'll dip down to those sorts of temperatures. I believe I saw 54 degrees below zero in Anchorage, and I saw 70 below in the Yukon. And that scared me. It's like you don't stop the car. You just keep going. And those were the days on the Alcan Trail when, you could go a couple of 100 miles between gas stations, and you were always hoping the next one was going to be open. Scary stuff. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, Art. I am your winner. I can win.
Oh, no, you can't.
Yes, I can. I've beaten Dick Bartley's Quizman. I can beat you.
Who is Dick Bartley's Quizman?
Oh, you never heard it? Dick Bartley runs a syndicated oldie show called American Gold, and he has a contest called the Quizman, where he plays just a couple of beats of three oldies.
Yeah.
And if you name all three, you.
Yeah, but you got to do my whole CD here. You really think you're up to that, huh?
I really do.
All right.
Listening to it over the phone might make it a little harder, but
It might, but you'll hear it pretty well. You ready? All right. Okay, here we go.
Ricky Nelson, Traveling Man.
That's right. That's one.
You're playing older stuff now.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
Well, rock-a-bye, baby.
And that is?
Rockabye Baby, but I have no idea who it's by.
No, that's sufficient. You're right. It's Rockabye Baby. I thought you'd blow that one for sure.
Yeah, because these are old.
Gave you the title right away, yeah.
Little Peg March, I will follow him.
You're scaring me, sir. All right.
Happy birthday, Sweet 16, Neil Sedaka.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to hang up on you.
Art. You got me on.
Really?
Yeah.
You're going to be sick.
Not too much, Jojo.
Good shot anyway, sir.
If you had kept on with the 60 stuff, it would have been no problem.
Well, I know, but I was beginning to see my 100 fluttering away.
No, yeah.
I'll see you later.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well.
I have some news and a prediction.
News, huh? Okay, what is the news?
First news. I'm in Santa Maria, Texas, which is right by Brownsville.
You're in what town?
Santa Maria.
Santa Maria, okay.
Yeah, it's right by Brownsville, Texas.
Yeah, which is way down there.
Yeah. I spent my New Year's at my cousin's house, and we had several things happen.
Like what?
First of all, when the clock struck 12, all these cell phones, we were using one cell phone, and it went out. And none of the cell phones down here work.
Really?
They all stopped working. They can't call the home phones work, but the cell phones don't work. You can't call through them, and they can't call each other.
Well, sounds like the cell phone company has a little work to do. What is your prediction? Because I don't have a lot of time here.
We will find that Al Gore will have a mental illness.
Really?
Yeah, but I also have some more things happen at midnight.
We're not going to have time to cover it. Well, quickly, what else?
Okay, street lights don't work. Lights went out for 20 minutes, and all the computers set their dates to January 4th, 1980. All the home computers.
But otherwise, none of that is Y2K related, they're saying, right?
Yeah.
You have a good morning, sir.
You too.
All right, take care. We'll be right back. It's the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
and even through 2000 and 2001, don't break that chain.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
You know what this is? This song? I've played it for years. I think I've been playing this song now for, 10 years. It's a very special piece. It's called Little Ballerina Blue. It's by George Fishoff. And a couple of years ago, George Fishoff contacted me, and I was desperate. I had an old tape, and it was from something very scratchy, but I would play it anyway because I love the piano so much. And somehow George Fishoff in New York got hold of me and thanked me for playing the record and said, you've got to send me a copy. And so he said, well, there aren't any. Well, maybe a couple of 45. So he found a new 45 of it and sent it to me, and I got it, and I realized I don't have a record player. I don't have anything that would play a record, a vinyl record. But my network did, so I sent it to my network, and they, of course, preserved it for me on a better medium. And that's what this is, George Fishoff and Little Ballerina Blue. I'm Art Bell, and it's a new millennium. And it looks like it's going pretty well out there, folks. All right. Let us now examine some of the somewhat pathetically incorrect predictions made for 1999 in 1998. Number 63, China marches into North Korea. Bonk. Number 64, Denver wins the Super Bowl by 3. Now, I'm not sure about this one, but as I remember, it was more of a knockout than that, so I'm going to give it a bonk. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me. Number 65, the 49ers by 14. Well, bonk. Number 66, a device to stop interrupting yourself will be devised. Ding, 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 ding. You know what? As horrid as it is, this stupid little sound actually has prevented me from interrupting myself. Yeah, see, I can stop it like that. But it has done that, so you've got to give that a ding. Number 67, Matt Drudge to go to work for the Inquirer. Bonk. Number 68, Ken Starr indicted for abuse of power. Bonk. He was, I believe, investigated, but not indicted. Number 69, major drug bust in Menlo Park. And I believe there was. Ding, ding, ding. I'm going to call that a ding. Number 70, Prince Charles dies in 99. Bonk. Number 71, big UFO sting at Area 50. Oh, sighting, I'm sorry, at Area 51. Not really. I mean, there's sightings all the time, but not a big one. Number 72, a nuclear reactor melts in South Korea. Oh, no, somewhere in the world. Bonk, nothing melted. Number 73, in April, a 15% drop in the Dow average. Now, that might be I'm going to ding that one, because didn't we have the Asian crisis about then? I think that's about right. I'm going to give that a ding. Number 74, device to help blind people to drive would be invented. And I'm going to put a question mark by that because I don't know of one, but it may be. Number 75, on New Year's Eve, predicting now for 1999, it would be wild, crazy, and rioting. Well, there sure was in Las Vegas. Ding, 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 ding. Number 76, there would be an advance in alien knowledge. I've got to bonk that because there may be, but I just don't know about it. Number 77, the Pope dies. Bonk. He in fact made it, folks. The Pope made it. I really didn't give him a big chance, but you've got to know that man had intestinal fortitude, and he just pushed himself to make it. Number 78, grocery stores to require membership. Bonk. That would have to be at least the majority of them. So that brings us to number 79 as we continue in last year to take new predictions. And on the first-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Bill from Anchorage, Alaska.
Hi, Bill. Do you know anything? Can you confirm or deny? Some earlier caller said there had been a bomb threat up there.
Yes, there has.
Oh, there was one, huh?
We had approximately, news were estimating 10,000 people in the city of Anchorage. They had 9 blocks blocked off for the entertainment for the New Year.
Right.
And at 11 o'clock, they had a bomb threat in the Performing Arts building.
Oh, brother.
And they evacuated the Performing Arts and the Egan Center. And the fireworks were to go off at midnight. They postponed that till 10 minutes after.
Oh.
And still did not let anyone in the building.
Oh. Well, at least nothing actually happened, right?
No, nothing did. Just a prank. Evidently, a prank call is still being investigated, and if they can catch the culprit, he will be prosecuted to the fullest.
Yeah, unusual to have that happen. I said earlier that Anchorage is kind of a close community.
Yes, it is.
It's now a bigger city than when I lived there, but still, sorry to hear it. Anyway, welcome to the program. What's up?
Well, I wanted to let everyone know that I heard you call the last time when you had a lady from Fairbanks call, and why would we live in Fairbanks? That's such a blow.
Well, she, of course, has lived there all her life and knows nothing other than.
Well, I lived there in 1964, and my oldest son was born at 75 below.
Really?
He was 25 below when I brought him home.
And thawed him out.
Yes. And I stayed there until 67.
And you finally, and what drove you away finally?
Nothing. I'm in Anchorage. The only thing that drew me away from Fairbanks
Oh,
was the
come
flood.
on. Anchorage is the banana belt compared to Fairbanks.
Oh, yes, it is. But see, I got washed out during the flood.
Oh, I see.
They said it wasn't going to, wasn't going to be any problem when the snow melted. It moved the river, which is on First Avenue. It moved it to 6th Avenue.
Actually, a lot of people don't know this, but Anchorage is not, except for a couple of weeks maybe during the winter, not that bad. Really, you get more snow in Wisconsin and places like that.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. And on average, it might even be colder. But I have seen it just about, between now and about the middle of February, it can get down to 50 below in Anchorage. I've seen that.
Well, it hasn't for the last 15, 20 years. I've lived in Anchorage since 67. February is the coldest. I can remember back in all the early 80s, it got down to 25 below in Anchorage.
I remember 54 degrees below. Now, I was outside of Anchorage, but
yes,
not that far out. Just
now, if you were at Eagle River or down in Girdwood, yes, you get.
Yeah, well, that's not very far out of town.
No.
All right. Well, listen. Do you have a prediction for us?
I predict that your listening audience will double within the next year.
Listening, that would be really something. I'm not sure there's that many people in the world.
Oh, well, you produce a show that is right on and really makes people think and question.
It does do that. I hear a little tutoring in the background there.
Yes. We have a friend of ours who's in New Year's Eve with us, and she has all your books. And
even the newest one.
Even the newest one. As a matter of fact, that's what she gave me for Christmas this year. And last year she gave me the Beijing and gave my wife the light that
all right.
sponsors provide.
Well, I thank you for the call and all that obvious support. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Take care. All right, that's Anchorage, Alaska. Well, I guess then they did have a bomb threat. Shame. So many cities down here in what they call the lower 48. They call it other things down here, too. We went through it without being scathed, basically. Keith tells me the Naval Observatory clock screwed up. Now, that would be something. That apparently a report on a website about the Naval Observatory clock. So there's going to be a lot that's going to happen over the next few days. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. How are you?
Fine.
This is Tom from New Jersey.
Hi, Tom.
You want to hear my prediction, or do you want to play the game first?
Well, I tell you, 2 o'clock is a cutoff, Tom.
For
the game.
Oh, okay.
The $100 challenge.
Okay, well, then I'll just give you my prediction.
All right. Well, no, it's not 2 o'clock here yet.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, you're still in the ballpark. Let's hear your prediction.
My prediction is that the biggest new Internet service provider will be Kmart when they offer it for free.
You think they're going to do that?
Yes, they are. As a matter of fact, I know they're going to do it, and I think they're going to do very well. Believe it or not, it's going to be called BlueLight.com.
You know what? I think there's going to be a lot of that, a lot of free service. It's not exactly free. In other words, there's going to be advertising.
Yeah, and I'm sure you have to answer questionnaires and stuff.
Yeah. So you want to try this, huh?
Yeah, I got one more thing I want to tell you. I know you play that song Highwayman when Willie Nelson was on.
Yes.
Did you know that Jimmy Webb wrote that?
I think I did, yes.
Yeah, it's very unusual for him, I think. But...
It's a very unusual song.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, hit me with your rhythm stick.
All right. Here it comes. Here, listen very carefully.
Oh, that's Runaway by Del Shannon.
Oh, boy, you said that awful fast.
How many songs do I have to get you?
That worries me. All right.
Sways with a...
Okay, that's, she sways with a wiggle when she walks. I think it was The Freshman, but I can't be certain about that.
Well, I'm not going to require you to get the artist right.
Okay.
So, all right, here we go.
Oh, that's the Four Seasons Sherry Baby?
Oh, you're a...
I tell you what, instead of the check, I'll take a signed book.
Well, we're not done yet. You haven't won. You've got to get all the way through the CD to make it.
Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Oh, God, it could be a billion things. Let me see.
Let me give it to you again. Let me give it to you. All right, that's a pretty big piece there.
Okay, I want to say, it's a little too fast, but is it like Bobby's Girl? I want to be Bobby's Girl.
No. You know what it is?
No.
It was sung by, I'll give you a hint, it was sung by twins.
When you smile at me.
It's a group called the Kalin Twins, and the name of the song is When. And you lose.
What year was that?
Long time ago. I was like in the 50s.
Well, I was 50s.
Well, I didn't mean to make it easy.
You know what I want to ask you one last thing was, did you ever heard that One Last Kiss version by Pearl Jam?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was wondering if you ever get around to playing those back-to-back.
Well, sure, probably I will.
Okay, Art, listen, you and Ramona have a good new year, and best of luck.
Thank you so much. Same to you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi there. I want to try the Oldies Challenge.
You too, huh?
Yeah, I sure do.
We're coming up on the deadline. You got 8 minutes, and then so I'm going to take you through the rest of this CD. Let me start you. Yeah, I know. Let me start you right here.
Win by the Kalin Twins.
All right.
Oh,
Good timing by Jimmy Jones.
Oh, man. You're a dangerous one. I can tell right away. All right?
And then he kissed me.
Oh, my God. You may be the one. I could tell I got you.
Can you play the beginning of it? Because you faded that in a little bit.
Yeah. I'll give it to you. All right, here we go.
I'm Diana.
Oh, man, you got it. I shouldn't have given you a second chance on that.
Yeah, I know.
All right, well.
Baby, it's you.
Oh, man. You're going to do me in.
Along comes Mary.
Oh, man, here goes my 100.
Wedding Bell Blues.
Oh, brother.
the Shoot Shoot song, or It's in His Kiss.
Oh, you're just too good.
After the Rising Sun.
Oh, man.
California Girls.
Oh, brother.
For Your Love.
You're a dangerous person.
Thank you.
There ain't no.
Let's hang on to what we got. Oh, man, oh, man.
Oh, good. Oh, thank God.
Every time it's me, you're the one.
Oh, that's right. You only got a few to go here.
Okay.
All right.
Honky Tonk Woman, the Stones.
Wendy is right.
I had at the center of your mind, the journey to the center of your mind.
You're killing me here.
Green Tambourine.
Green Tambourine. Here we go.
Light My Fire.
All right.
Summer Song.
You just won $100.
Oh.
You just ripped me off for $100.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
All right, hang on the line. I'm going to have to get your name and address.
All right.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. In the last minute, I get Mr. Genius. There goes $100. Well, what the hell? It's the Millennium. That's for Hawaii. Welcome to the new Millennium, Hawaii. And I guess the islands, the Tahitian Islands, welcome to the new Millennium. There's just one more to go now. Samoa. And we'll close it out. That's all the way around the globe, and that's in about 50 minutes. Samoa in about 50 minutes. So we've kind of taken it all the way around. Well, not all the way around, but the majority of it anyway. Back to the lines. We're taking predictions, and I guess I better read a few more of them to you. Let's see. We finished up that page. All right, 79 was that a Cassini probe would re-enter the Earth on August 17th. Bonk. Thank God it did not. Number 80, a computer company assets will be frozen. Not that I'm aware of. That's a bonk. Number 81, Governor Ventura body slams opponent. Ding, 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 ding. He sure did. Number 80, and that was impossible then. Number 82, strong evidence for ETs. Well, you know me. I'm going to ding that one. Ding, ding, ding. There have been a number of things that I would consider strong evidence. Number 83, that I will have the opportunity to interview Neil Diamond. Well, I didn't interview him on the air, but in fact, I met him in person during the year. So I'm going to give that a ding. Ding, 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 ding. I got a picture with him, too. Number 84, I'm not going to give on the air. Number 85, on September 12th, the King of Terror will arrive. Must have been Curtis, but short now, so I'm going to have to give that a bonk, actually. Number 86, Microsoft will be broken up. Well, the fight is on, but it hasn't happened yet that I'm aware of. Bonk. Let's see. Number 87, I'm not going to give that any airplay. Number 88, liberals will get guns before Y2K and the UN takes over. Bonk. Number 89, implant revelations. Oh, yes. Ding, 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 ding. A lot going on in that area. Number 90, bioterrorism. Bonk. Not yet, thank God. Number 91, 3 days of darkness. Bonk. Not yet. Except up in Fairbanks, where they've had even more than that. Number 92, New Year's postponed in August. New Year's postponed in August. I don't know what that means, but it's bonk. Number 93, first over Unity device demonstrated. I give that an absolute bonk, and I know I will get all kinds of mail on that, but I have yet to see one demonstrated to me. Number 94. The title he didn't, did he? No. He didn't. Or did he? I really don't know. No, it's a no, a bonk, right? I heard a no from the other room. Number 96, U.S. Constitution suspended. I get a lot of those. Bonk. Number 97, first contact with Earth. Bonk. At least nothing official. Number 98, several 7.0 or larger earthquakes. There have been. Ding, 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 including one close to me. Number 99, Al Gore becomes president. Well, not yet. Bonk. Number 100, Al Gore not elected president. Well, you got to give that a ding. An opportunity for there to be an election yet. Coming to the end of them here, number 101, Year of the Angels. I'm going to give that a ding. I mean, angels have been really big this year. And then number 102, oh, would you look at the last one on my list. Weather record-breaking. Record-breaking weather in 1999. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. All right, that's it. That completes the list of predictions made in 1998 for 1999. Now, to get on my list, you have only 45 minutes to register your prediction for next year. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Art, it's great to talk to you. And, oh, hello, Ramona. You know what?
What?
I just thought it'd be great to call you and tell you that, well, in a way, I'm kind of bummed that nothing happened here in Portland, Oregon. My name is Sandra.
You're bummed about it?
Well, only slightly.
Well, look, Y2K, if that's what you're bummed about, is not over by a long shot. I think a lot of people around the country think that because nothing happened at midnight, for which I'm thankful, that means Y2K is over. Well, wrong.
I know, which I totally understand and agree with you. But I have a lot of people that have been giving me a lot of, well, you know what.
Yeah.
And the thing of it is that I just kind of wish that at least the lights would have blinked a little bit here in Portland. But that's okay, because I keep telling them that if they aren't ready for anything, I mean, 2 years ago, I was ready, and we had a snowstorm and a freezing rain like crazy, and I was ready.
Yeah, there
Nobody
you
else was.
Right. It's good. No, it's good to be ready, no matter what.
That's right.
Because inevitably, what you don't expect is going to happen.
Exactly.
So don't be bummed out. And,
no, I'm not really bummed out.
Actually, we should all be rather joyful that there wasn't trouble right at the New Year, because it would have been real trouble.
Well, of course. Because I also have a daughter expecting a baby in another time zone, and so I was kind of getting a little hyper here. But other than that,
you want to make a prediction?
Yes, actually I would.
Number 70.
All right. I feel that more people are going to go to more natural, how should I put this? I keep trying to figure out how to put this. Maybe Ramona could help me.
People will.
I am into.
How about people will become more spiritual?
Oh, well, yes, but see, I'm into natural herbs, and I plant and I gather. Evelyn Paglini, when I heard her tonight, I was so excited. It was awesome.
Well, she's awesome.
She is.
So, all right, fine. So people will gravitate more toward natural remedies and potions.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Art.
You're very welcome.
And Ramona, you both, and your son, Have a wonderful New Year.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Take care. All right. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi. Hello. You would have been. Wild card line, you're on the air.
Hello, Horace. Chris
Yes.
up in Fairbanks.
How you doing?
Oh, it's
50 below.
out.
Really?
Yeah.
50 below.
Yep. I threw coffee outside and it turned into brown snow.
Yep. Let's see, at this time of night, there would be, at this time of year, there would be virtually no sun.
Well, we got about 3 hours of sun today.
3 hours of sun, huh?
And I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if it was the sun or the moon.
Well, as I recall, the sun kind of comes up to the horizon and then quickly goes down.
That's pretty much what it does. It waves as it flies by.
Yeah, right. And it goes up 2 degrees and...
Just about.
Yeah.
I got 2 things for you. One's a cat story I think you'll get a kick out of.
All right.
My parents picked up a 15-pound tomcat, an outdoor cat.
Right.
And about 2 months ago, it got attacked by 3 dogs. And so they took it to the vet because its rear end got torn up. Well, about a week or 2 ago, they hear this racket going on outside. My dad's outside looking around, and he sees this tomcat, O'Malley, jump on top of a full-grown black Labrador retriever and attack it.
Oh, I like stories like that. Cats usually lose, but I'll tell you, if a cat can get on a dog's back, it's going to be a ride.
Well, the vet said this thing is the size of a bobcat. So it gives you an idea of how big it is.
Well, cats rarely win, so it's interesting to hear such a story.
Yeah, my dad had to pull him up before he hurt the dog.
I've got some pretty big cats, but nothing like that.
Well, my prediction is that by the end of this year, there's going to be some new technology to replace fossil fuels for a power system. And it won't be solar and it won't be wind. It'll be something better.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're right. You better be right, because things are changing fast.
Yeah. It'll be nice, too, when it happens, because it'll get us off. Everybody up here in Alaska is worried about oil and stuff, trying to base the economy on fossil fuels. Luckily, the university is trying to push it for, satellite launching system.
A lot of people in the lower 48 here don't understand that people who live in Alaska for a certain amount of time get a check every year, an oil royalty. Are they still doing that?
Yeah, and thankfully they've moved away so much from oil. Now they're investing in the stock market and investing in other markets. So most of the money now is they're trying to get it away from the oil and put it into other areas so we can still get their residual income.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're actually starting to think ahead now, which is pretty impressive. They're trying to cap it this year, but they voted against it.
It's really something. What's going on with population in Alaska? Is it continuing to increase or decrease or remaining roughly stable, or what's going on?
Well, I guess the acreage is increasing pretty much, but up here in Fairbanks, it fluctuates. 1 year it's larger, 1 year it's lower. Depends on how many people are at the military, how many are up at the college, that type of thing.
Well, I would really like to come back to Alaska, and I told my wife I wanted to come to Alaska, and she said, well, fine, buy me a fur coat. And if you buy me a fur coat, I'll go. And so I bought her a fur coat, and I really ought to book a flight up to Fairbanks.
Oh, you ought to, especially around... Actually, later this month or early in February would be the best time to come up here.
When she's hovering around 60 or 65 below?
Oh, no, it won't get down that low this year.
No?
This is kind of a fluke. We had a Chinook last week that got up to 34.
Yeah, I heard that. Everybody actually was complaining.
Yeah. Well, it got up to 50 above in North Pole. A friend of mine lost 50 below, so he was kind of
Actually,
upset.
50 above at North Pole is pretty scary.
Yeah.
I appreciate your call, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and that was prediction number 71. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, quite well.
Okay, first of all, I've got to tell you of some kind of freaky thing that happened here in Portland, Maine. White whales came into the harbor, and that's the first time in
Are you saying this occurred when?
This occurred the day before the time changeover to the new millennium.
Really?
White whales came into the harbor, And just at that same time, the whole street, this is towards the waterfront in Portland, Maine, dogs were barking.
Oh, that's really odd.
That is strange. Something about your type of music that you listen to, and perhaps I'll talk to you off the air about it, if we can go on hold or something. And I have a gentleman that's up here that's like the Bob Crane, only he's in music. He's been a disc jockey, and I won't mention his name or anything, but he can get you anything either on vinyl or on tape.
Listen, I have sources you wouldn't believe it.
Okay.
I'm fixed up there.
But anyway, my prediction is that that you will double your finances due to winnings.
Winnings?
Yep.
I just lost $100.
No, I mean, like a good gamble. Good gamble.
For a good gamble.
A good gamble.
All right. Well, I've been known to gamble, not the type of gambling that goes on here in Nevada, but other kinds of gambling. So, well, thank you. It's better than ending up in the hospital. That's one I had early.
And by the way, my daughter, the one that referred you to the name as what was it now? She referred you to the Desert Rat.
Oh yes.
As to you living in the desert, and she assumed that you had like dune buggies and stuff. She laughed. She quite frankly laughed a lot about the fact that you were going to send this Daryl guy from the TV station home. And that's what she was telling all her friends. She says you could kick a toolbox clear across the floor, and he was going to send this guy home. And
all right, sir, I've got to scoot. As a matter of fact, I didn't do a break, and I either catch up here or they send somebody to get me. So let me take care of it. That reminds me, we just had a commercial by Larry King, the first one I've ever had. And I was on Larry's show, and he promised me he would come on my program, a promise he has not kept yet. So any of you with connections to Larry King, email him, write him, remind him he promised to come on my program. And he's been back trying to get me back on his program again. And I sent a message back to the producer, now a new person, and said, Larry promised to come on mine. So if you have any sway with Larry, remind him he promised to come on my program. And I promise.
Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nine.
Well, this absolutely marks my longest show. It's going to be an 8-hour show in about 24 and a half minutes. And it will be the new year in Samoa, which is the last time zone at the top of this coming hour. And we will have gone all the way around.
I know your dad is a soul.
And I think I'll take a bit of a break, as we all will, and then we'll see what next week brings. It's going to be an interesting week this coming week. It may well be that a lot of what we didn't notice tonight, we will notice next week. Actually, we want to hope not, but I know some of that is coming for small business, so it could be a bit of a bumpy ride as we all try to resume business next week. But that's still a long way away.
All these years.
All right, here we go. The final segment and the Millennium racing toward its final destination on Earth, Samoa. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, the impeccable Art Bell. How are you, sir?
I'm reasonably well for a guy who just blew $100.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's too bad. I'm sorry. This is Chris from Peoria, Illinois.
Yes, Chris.
A couple of different things. First, I'd like to convey a hope for the new millennium as well as a prediction. First of all, my hope is that the people of the United States will realize that the legalization of marijuana is a necessity
Oh, I think the people of the U.S. have long now realized that, or at least, I don't know about necessity. I'm not sure that's the right word. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is necessary to revisit the whole question of marijuana. The trouble is, we came up with a president who, had that stupid remark that he made that blew any chance of. I thought the first Democrat that came along would legalize marijuana, and then Clinton comes along and says, "Oh, I didn't inhale."
Yeah. I see where you're coming from. Just from a medicinal standpoint, I believe that marijuana should at least be legalized from that point of view.
Well, of course,
the amazing benefits that
there
it
have been ballot initiatives, as you know.
True.
And there probably is going to be more of that. I mean, eventually it's going to move that way.
So we just can't seem to cross the line to get it finalized.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. As far as the prediction, this may have been mentioned earlier. I'm not positive, but in the year 2000, I believe that the first human clone will be perfected.
I don't think it's been mentioned.
Okay.
Somebody did predict that for last year, and I bonked it because we don't know about it.
This will definitely be the year.
But you're saying it'll be a public matter.
Yes. It'll be in the public eye, but the time has come for the people to actually see the benefits of cloning, also from a standpoint of giving people extended lives from donated organs
from your clone.
Exactly. And
not a lot of people consider that to be a big benefit. I mean, you do if you need a liver, for example. Well, yes, sure.
True.
But the clone is its own individual person. Even though it's identical, it will have, because of environmental considerations and everything else, it'll be a human being.
True. And as far as we know, that's true.
Well, yeah, ripping its organs out on need or request, it's not going to go over real well with that person.
I think the problem that a lot of people have is they assume that the clone will automatically be enabled with a soul. And by looking at it that way, I can see where, from a vantage point of like religion, it's a touchy subject for people. But
well, I know if it was me, I'd say, I have a soul. Keep your hands off my liver.
True.
But I do agree with you that we are that close, and we probably will clone a human. For better or for worse, we're going to clone a human.
Oh, I hope so.
All right, sir.
All right.
Thank you and take care. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hello. Hi. Turn your radio off. Very important.
This is Dave from Kingdom of the Night.
From where?
The Kingdom of the Night.
Oh, here in Pahrump?
Yeah, got you again.
No kidding. Welcome. Proceed.
I predict for the population of Pahrump to increase 30,000 more.
30,000 in 1 year?
Double.
Oh, man. You could be right.
The freeway. The freeway is why.
Yeah, I know. Population of Pahrump doubles in 1 year. That would be too much.
Yeah.
But you could be right.
Yeah, it looks like it's going that way.
Me? You know what I want?
That.
Walmart. Where the hell is our Walmart? If we had a Walmart out here, life would be complete.
It's supposed to have been on its way a couple of times.
I know. I've heard all the rumors, but I don't see any ground moving around for a Walmart yet.
Well, I think that's where the population, when it comes in. That's what'll come with it.
I appreciate your call, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, that's number 74.
Okay, right? And maybe you can get that pizza punch. Marketed for next year.
We'll see what we can do.
Okay.
All right, take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Ooh. Now that did not sound good at all. What the hell was that? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Art.
Same to you.
This is Arnie in balmy downtown Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah.
I have a prediction.
50
I believe that you and Ramona will be involved in a highly successful business venture centered around the design and marketing of a line of clothing, casual clothing.
Really?
Yeah, based on the Night People theme. I think it'll be very popular with the younger generation. I really just have a gut feeling that it's going to be...
Well, Ramona might certainly do something like that, but when it comes to me and clothing, if I didn't have Ramona, I'd be wearing the same thing every day.
Well, so would I if I didn't have my...
Well, that's an interesting prediction. It's number 75, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So we'll see.
Thank you, Art.
All right. Take care. Me? You know the pizza punch I do have? That's all over my clothing. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Art, how you doing? Happy New Year.
And same to you, sir. Where are you?
Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo.
Yes. Hey, I was wondering, did you happen to hear about the reference to yourself in the February issue of Guitar Player magazine?
No. What did they say?
Well, it's an interview with Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top.
Oh, yes.
And apparently on their new album, CD, whatever, they have a song called Dreadman Boogaloo.
They do indeed. I've got a copy of it here.
Okay.
And they use Ross Mitchell, my announcer, east of the Rockies, west of the Rockies, wild card line.
Okay, well, it says that the name of the song is based on the reggae expression dread, which means the beard or cool. So a dread man is sort of a dude in the know. That part of the title was inspired by Art Bell, who is the host of a late-night AM radio show we tune in after working in the studio.
I know. I was so honored by that. I mean, ZZ Top, that's a sort of a way of being immortalized.
Sure.
You know, so I was very honored.
Sure thing. And I'm pleased that he has such good taste as to listen to the same radio as I do.
Oh, that's kind. But I did not know it was in that magazine.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be doing it. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the information. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. This is Tony from Gary, Indiana.
Hi, Tony.
And I wish you a very, very good New Year.
Thank you.
And I hope none of this bad stuff comes up for you. All good. I'll get right to it. I do believe that in this year there will be a nuclear exchange.
Oh.
It may only be in one direction, but there will definitely be an aggressive use of a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, you've got to believe we're getting closer, and it's going to happen eventually.
It's frightening, but I think things are getting out of hand, and I think there's enough time, and it just seems to be running that way. It may not be major, but it'll be enough to really stir things up, because it's only happened once before.
I appreciate your call, sir, and that's number 76. And, you know, I don't necessarily disagree with this caller. Probably India and Pakistan, possibly North Korea, and possibly something we don't even imagine, one of the suitcase nukes, who knows. But with a little bit of luck, there'll be a small loss of life if it occurs, and it will remind the world again why you don't use those things. But I have a sneaky feeling this caller's correct. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
How you doing?
Okay. Turn your radio off, please.
Yeah, I just turned it off. My name's Sean. I'm in Delaware.
Yes, sir.
And I'm also a ham operator. When Skyen was on,
yes,
talking about the sunspots.
Yeah, he was right, by the way. There is a storm going on right now.
Yeah. But when the sunspots increase, doesn't the radio waves propagation increase?
Yes, as a general rule, as the number of sunspots increase, propagation gets better and better on the shortwave bands, yes.
All right, prediction. I predict that there are going to be more and more UFO sightings and possible landings.
I'd agree with that. More UFO sightings and maybe a landing, huh?
Yeah, I'm just a technician right now, but I'm working on the upgrade.
Well, they just...
I heard about that.
You heard about that, huh? Yeah, they restructured
5 words per minute.
Yeah.
I know the code, but I just haven't had time to go up there and take the darn test.
A lot of older hams are going to really raise hell about that.
Yeah, I know.
But you know what? They're wrong. They're wrong, and I appreciate your call, sir. What the commission has done is to reduce the code requirement for all classes of license, including the highest, to 5 words per minute, which is very, very slow and very easy to obtain. And I'm glad they've done it. It will increase the number of hams, and I don't think the fear of the quality of the people obtaining licenses will be justified. I think that you'll find that we'll still get a good group of people, and the technical test is still there, so they've got to know what they're doing. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi there. This is Olin in Culver City.
Yes, sir.
I think that Boris Yeltsin stepped down to let a younger, more energetic leader for winning the war in Chechnya and building the New World Order. So I predict that Russia will conquer the Chechen oil fields next year.
Well, I'd say you're probably right about that. This is a guy pursuing a victory in Chechnya, and I'm sure now he will really have his way, and there's going to be, who knows what's going to occur over there.
Well, that's right. I understand that he's a military leader, so that could be bad.
Do you find it, as a matter of fact, he's a former KGB and spy, do you find it strange that there has been no U.S. reaction yet to the fact that Yeltsin just... I don't even think they knew in Washington that it was going to happen.
Well, a lot of these things are done when there's something else taking up all the news headlines, like Y2K and New Year's Eve. So whatever did happen got buried in the Y2K New Year's Eve celebration.
Well, it did. You're right. But in a way, it scared the hell out of me. I mean, here I was the night before, and the millennium was just breaking when Yeltsin went on TV and resigned. And do you think he resigned or was resigned?
Well, I think that he was resigned because they need to win that war in Chechnya and get those oil fields. And if we're going to have a New World Order next year, we need a younger, more energetic leader of the Soviet Union. Russia.
We're not going to have a New World Order.
Well, I hope not.
Nah. I think you're right about Chechnya, but I don't think you're right about the New World Order.
Well, thank you very much for...
Nevertheless, your prediction is registered number 78.
Oh, good.
All right?
Thank you.
You bet. International line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hi.
Calling from Canada?
Yes, sir.
Vancouver Island.
Okay.
Has anybody mentioned the royal family tonight?
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to say that Prince Charles becomes king this year.
Prince Charles becomes king?
Yeah, and I'm not going to call him the Antichrist.
With a cup of tea or something?
No, I think he's a false prophet.
Really?
Not the Antichrist. Yeah,
I don't think he's the Antichrist either.
No. But, you remember the Brookings report?
Of course.
Well, I think the problems still exist, look at how people have started freaking out about Y2K.
Actually, people, by and large, really didn't freak out about Y2K. It was done rather smoothly, I thought, and you've got to give the authorities some good marks for that around the world. They did pretty well.
Yeah, they handled it pretty good. And so what about the landing? What better person to tell the world that the aliens aren't that bad than a non-threatening person like the King of England? A lot of people respect him.
A cup of tea.
Yeah.
Right.
Have a good one, Art.
Right, you too. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art.
Yes.
This is Ron from Dead Man Lake, Alaska.
Hi, Ron.
Hi.
Boy, now there's a name, Dead Man Lake.
Yeah, well, I sent you a video a couple years ago. I don't know if you remember getting it. I fly a skull and crossbones flag out in front.
I do that, too. I do it in the back, but I occasionally fly it. I think we've got the French flag up there right now.
You don't remember me sending you that video then?
I vaguely do, but
Yeah. Well, anyway, we got about 62 below out here for the last 2 days now.
62 below.
62 below.
Where exactly are you?
We're towards Manly Hot Springs. That'd be about 80 miles west of Fairbanks.
West of Fairbanks. Oh, man,
Yeah.
you are out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, well, I live on a fly-in remote lake. In fact, I don't have anybody around me right now for 10 miles away.
So you're using what? You obviously don't have a telephone there.
No, actually, I used to have a radio telephone, and I bought this cell phone, and I bounced off of the mountain and picked the signal up from the tower near Fairbanks.
No kidding.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, it's
Actually,
working very
I'm,
well. Actually, you sound better than a lot of people who are using portable phones down here.
Yeah, isn't it amazing?
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, well, it is. Well, I'll tell you, Art, if you ever get up this way, you'll have to come out to the real bush. This is the way to live.
You're in the real bush, all right.
No electricity, no running water. Chop a hole through 3 to 5 feet ice to get my water.
And how the hell do you keep warm?
Right now I got my wood stove 400 degrees. Just keep stuffing the wood in there. Me and my three cats.
You have 3 cats?
Yeah, 3 cats.
I imagine they stay pretty close to that wood stove.
They do. Yeah, they do.
Cats love warm places, and cats.
Oh, they do. And it's so great to talk to you, Art. I just, I know a lot of people out in the bush listen to you. And you'd never hear from them because most people don't have communication out here. But
I hear you. Listen, I've got one last number 80 prediction if you would like to make it.
Yes, I would. And I predict that the stock market is going to take a big rise.
How big?
I think it's going to go through the roof. I think it's going to be fantastic this year. Especially since this Y2K thing didn't turn out to be as bad as everybody thought.
I think you're making a really, really good point.
Yeah, in fact, another prediction, I predicted after this cold snaps over, I'm going to go to Hawaii for a week.
In other words, even for a hardened Alaskan, 62 below is pushing it a little bit, huh?
Yeah, well, I've been out here for 6 winters now, so it's as cold as I care to see it,
I hear you. Well, listen, you qualify, I think, as my most remote caller of the night.
Well, thank you, Art, and it's great talking to you, and keep it up.
Well, listen, tell everybody from the middle of nowhere good night, because the show...
we were going to have a big New Year's party tonight, but everybody had to cancel because it was too cold for the snow machines and the dog sleds tonight. So
that's cool.
We were going to have a log cabin party about 15 miles from here, and my friends Bill and Cheryl canceled out.
Well, tell them good night.
Okay, Art. Good night.
Good night. That's it, folks. That's 8 hours in a row.
Boy, long haul.
Long haul, but it was fun.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Samoa?
Yep, Samoa is about to welcome the millennium, and that will make it complete all the way around the Earth. That'll be, about 2.5 minutes from right now. For me, that's it. From the high desert, Art and Ramona, good night all.